Hello everyone, good evening, hope you're doing well. Hope you had a nice Monday. And tonight we're going to be playing some NES, as we tend to do on this channel. We're going to play a game that I have tried several times over the years to beat. Although I never got very far because I remember the controls, I believe, are the main offender here in, hindering the possible enjoyment one can have from this game. However, you're very quickly going to notice that this game has a very Mega Man-ish feel to it. Like, they looked at the NES Mega Man games, and Vic Tokai said, alright, we're making our own version of that. So yeah, it even gets like a cutscene at the beginning here. It's literally just robots invade Earth, and you have to go fight them and beat them all. In very Mega Man styled gameplay, so it's gonna be good. And yeah, you get in 1999. This was released in 1990. So 9 years from then, they thought this was going to happen. I don't recall this happening in 1999, but maybe I missed it. But yeah, the Krion Conquest. So this, I guess, alien race that has like robots, came from space, named the Krion. And they're going to take over the world, and Mega Man has to stop it. But it's definitely not Mega Man. It sounds like Mega Man music. You are just going to be blown away. Like, you probably hear, okay, I've seen games that play like Mega Man before. No, this game just, like, copy and pasted Mega Man. And yet somehow still screwed up the controls. But that's one of the greatest things about Mega Man, right? Is that it has fantastic controls. It's a really fun game to play. And a lot of that comes from the fact that Mega Man just controls so well. So if you don't get, the movements and the controller inputs and such as precise as Mega Man, you can still have a good game, but obviously, it's not going to be as good. And that's kind of where this game lies. It lies between being okay, because they don't copy Mega Man perfectly, but we'll see. Anyway, cutscene's going to be ending here in just a second. So yeah, there's this girl who has this staff, and then this, witch comes out of it. And that's who you play as. So, we're not playing as a robot. We're playing as a witch who then goes and destroys the robots. Don't ask how it makes any sense. This game was completely different in Japan. It was called, Magical Dopey or something like that. So, they definitely made some Western localizations for it, that's for sure. But you know what? I haven't beat it, so I can't judge it quite yet. So let's dive right in and see just how much it really does remind us of Mega Man. Alright, get ready everyone for Mega Man! It's just Mega Man. Okay, so yeah, there's already a controller quirk I just felt. Jumping, it feels good. But there's something, okay. Sometimes your jump just stops in mid-air. It's very weird. See how I did a low jump there? Yeah, there is something that feels strange about the jumping for sure, but you know what? We'll figure it out. Hey, it's like Woodman stage or something. It's literally Mega Man! That's literally Mega Man! It's so, I love this. I love it. I love how blatantly they ripped off Mega Man. Why does the Western version sound more anime than the Japanese one? Good point. So, yeah, you start off the game with all of your special weapons, quote-unquote, that you would eventually, collect normally through a Mega Man game. I think Ball is just the normal shot, but it bounces off walls. So there you go, that's how you beat that guy. And I don't think you have weapon energy in this game. I know that fire clears all enemies from the screen, but it takes off a third of your health. So I think that's the only case where we have a limited amount we can use something. Broom is Rush Jet. Shield seems explanatory enough. Bouncy Ball freezes the enemy. And I think you get a charge shot as well. So yeah, they really ripped off Mega Man with this one. But you know what? It never hurts to have a Mega Man ripoff every now and then. But yeah, there's I remember the last time I played it, it really bothered me that there is a quirk with the jumping that is just really frustrating. But I'm forgetting how exactly it works, but sometimes I feel like I should do a full jump, and then she only jumps half the height you expect her to. And I know there's a reason. Okay. There's something weird with the jumping. I'm sure we'll figure it out as the time goes on. Can you shoot through walls? No. So that's the difference between the NES Mega Man games. You can shoot through walls in those. Guess we're just gonna go for it. But yeah, so I got this game many years ago, and even before I got it, we'll say 15 years ago, I had seen someone else play it and thought, oh man, that looks cool, it looks just like Mega Man. So I had always wanted it, and when I got it, I was like, okay, well, it's kind of like Mega Man, but it could be better in several places, but I never beat it. So tonight, that is our goal, to try and beat this game, and according to the manual, I think it has about 5 stages, so we're going to see if we can beat them all. But alright, so far, stage 1, not seeing anything that's really that much of an issue here. Unfortunately, no Mega Man styled, choose which level you want to do first sort of thing. How many times does it bounce? Okay, so you use the broom weapon. You press starts, and then it looks like it's gonna close the pause menu, and it doesn't. I feel like that's because... Okay, if you hold the start button, it opens and closes the pause menu repeatedly, which is why, if when you're opening or closing it, you don't let go of the start button immediately, it will just get kind of stuck in a loop where you think you've closed it and then it opens back up again. So that's kind of a weird decision. Okay, so, okay, well, I thought maybe that would actually go somewhere, but it didn't. Maybe I had to press B again. But, yeah, we stood on the broom for a couple of seconds there. It was pretty exciting. Okay. Just gotta make sure we know how to jump. Oh, that's the quirk! That's the quirk! Oh, it is so dumb! That is so dumb. Okay, so this is the dumbest thing I have ever seen programmed into an NES game. And it becomes extremely apparent right here. And I will explain it the second I feel safety. That's just a complete ripoff of an enemy from Mega Man 1. Okay, so the quirk is, if you jump and you shoot while you're in midair, you will begin to drop the instant that you press the B button. You will lose all upwards momentum. And in Mega Man, half the game is jumping and you're shooting while you're jumping. So if you're in the air and you press that B button, she goes right back down. That's the quirk I remember. And wow, is that just poorly made. Is that a change they had to make so that it just was a little bit different from Mega Man and they didn't get sued? Otherwise, how can you possibly imagine that pressing B in the air should make you drop like a stone? That's a weird one. That's weird. Okay, but so what should we do about these enemies? Can we... So how does shield work? Okay. Interesting. It probably won't stay there if I change weapon, right? This is... you gotta get close enough to them to shoot them. And then that okay. But he only shoots the diagonals? I thought he shot one straight forward, too. No. Okay. So yeah, you die, and then you explode, just like Mega Man does. And I guess we did all of that without getting a checkpoint. I have no idea if this game has continues, now that I think about it. So we could get, really far in, and then nope, we gotta replay the whole game again. But, we're just kind of getting back into the groove of this, because again, been quite a while since I've played this. And as you'll see, it's just those strange imperfections that stop this from being a more memorable NES game. That weird pause button thing where you have to release start before it opens and closes 40 times, and just dropping while you're in the air if you shoot. That is a really strange decision that would be made by someone. Why is the B button in any way connected to your jump? That makes no sense. And yeah, I remember that just makes the whole game, frustrating, because you just want to jump and shoot enemies, but instead, if you're over a gap and you're trying to shoot something coming at you, you just fall. See that? She just loses all momentum upwards if you press B. The game's UI looks so much like Mega Man. You can't tell me they did not rip this completely off. And I guess they made just enough changes to be not a complete bootleg, but it's pretty bootleg. And again, we put the broom out last time, and it didn't really work. You have to press... Oh, well. I accidentally fell off the ledge, so I guess we're not going to find out about that. But yeah, I thought this would be a fun one to share with all of you, because I figured most people probably haven't heard of it, and yet it really... if you're looking for a new Mega Man experience on the NES that you've never played before, this is one to check out. like, these guys are a pain. And they don't open, like, unless you're right in their face, so I'm not sure what the strategy for them was supposed to be. But we got him anyway. Okay, so now we have, like, a big thing we gotta climb up. So I guess this is where we bring the broom out? Okay. Alright, and I guess that's, we beat the level. A massive 1-1 clear. Oh, so it keeps going. I know I've gotten to a boss before, so we're not into territory that I've never played yet. But I know I didn't, like, beat too many levels. Yeah, that guy just kind of drops down when he feels like it. Okay. The broom here. But as you can see, you know, there is a spice that the Mega Man series has that is very clearly missing from this game. Like, it's just kind of bland, right? Like, it's just a bunch of brown. Green and brown, the best colors you can choose for your retro game. Which is weird because, like, they do so much else right. You figure, like, oh. You're just trying to make a broom to jump on to get up that ledge and the enemies don't stop coming. But you figure they put as much effort as they did into getting as far as they did. They could have put in that little bit more effort to, you know, get the kind of quirks out and, you know, make their game a little more presentable. And not just, you know, taking the worst parts of Mega Man or the most generic parts of Mega Man and making a game out of them. All right, spikes. So what do we do? What do we do about this? I don't really... Okay, so... I wonder if I could have gone up. Maybe that was it. So game over. Where does that take us back to? Is there any continue option whatsoever? There might not be. Oh no. Oh no. Do we have to beat the whole game without game overing? Maybe that's why I never beat it. I probably should have considered this before we streamed it. But alright. Now that we know things are serious, let's get serious ourselves. Maybe after you beat, like, the first world or something, it offers the option to continue. Because, wow, that is harsh. That is really harsh if that's the case. And you're playing this, and, like, you just wish... You know, it felt a little bit more like the Mega Man controls. That whole dropping like a stone when you press the B button in air, that's a deal breaker. That is just, it goes against every instinct you have as a long-time Mega Man player. It just comes across as so wrong. Okay, so let's experiment with the broom for a second. If we jump on it, nothing happens until you press B. Oh, and then it's depending on the direction you shoot, you can go every direction but down. Okay, so now we understand better how to use the broom. So that's why we were having issue with it before. Gotcha. And I like how you can't shoot through the enemy's bullets. Like, it just keeps coming at you. That was probably no more efficient than the way I'd been doing it previously anyway. And then once you jump off it, it goes like 1,000,000 miles an hour. Okay. Also, the first level theme, not really my favorite. It's kind of repetitive and like a little bit ear-grating compared to the opening cutscene and the title screen music, which were much better, unfortunately. And yeah, what is the strategy for this guy? Is it really just seems like you have to like take a hit? Like you get close enough for him to open up, and then you just kind of gotta suffer. Okay, well, we did that anyway. Can the ball defeat this guy? Maybe. No. Oh, yes it can. Alright, so we're almost back to where we were. So, and yeah, there's no special weapon energy in this game, so I need to kind of remember that, so, you know, I'm not afraid to use things when needed, and that's always been a problem with the Mega Man games. It's, you know, as a collector by nature, it's always like, oh, I don't want to use weapons when I don't need them, and then that just results in me, like, using special weapons way less than I should. Why does that just disappear when I, like, slightly touch the edge of it? Also, yeah, the level just ends. It's not even, like, you know, a nice level ending or anything like that. It's all, you fell down this hole. On to the next level. Okay, so this is where we made it to last time, and we're already doing much better. Okay, so let's make this quick. And I noticed that there's like no knockback when you take a hit. That's I guess like one improvement that they actually did make over the Mega Man games. Okay, and that's another thing I just noticed. Is that, yes, if you press B and you press A while she's holding her wand out, she doesn't jump. You can kind of see her like struggle, like she wants to jump, but she can't. So that's just another really bizarre quirk of this game. It's like, yeah, you're shooting enemies and you want to jump. Oh, nope. She's stuck to the floor. She's literally glued to the floor while you are shooting. How did that make any sense to the person programming the game? I feel like you would have to go like out of your way to program it that poorly. Like, you have to take extra steps to add that level of inconvenience in for the player, but I digress. Okay, so, new territory here. And, oh, just every time I want to jump and shoot an enemy, and I just press that B button, and I completely drop. Okay, so we're in Technoland now. They actually designed another type of block. Ooh, okay. Oh, you can defeat that guy. Nice. Okay. Proceeding on. Okay, so this guy has a shield. What does that mean? Something like that, I guess. Is this like a... Can you touch that? Okay, so this guy up here... Yeah, this, wall deflecting attack. The ball attack, as it's called. Literally just the Super Ball from Super Mario Land. Which would have been released by this point. Oh, and you can duck in this game too. So, you know, one thing that Mega Man cannot do is duck. So, this girl has that on him as well. Is that... And yeah, one death. And you're all the way back to the beginning of the stage. So, no continues, no checkpoints. This game knows how to be evil. Like, is there any reason to not, like, always use the ball weapon? It's pretty good. I mean, I guess unless, like, you really wanted to attack something that was right in front of you. But otherwise, it's pretty handy to just, like, always have out. Okay. Alright, making progress, though. I'm just crossing my fingers that, like, after we beat a world, it might give us the option to, you know, continue from where we left off, because this game seems like it would be pretty rough to beat on just 3 lives. And we haven't seen any, you know, 1-up items, E-tanks, anything of that sort. Which leads me to believe that they just don't exist, unfortunately. So that's great. But again, this is the Krion Conquest. Hello everyone, and thank you for joining tonight. Yeah, this is a game I thought would be funny to stream just because I figured, you know, everyone needs more Mega Man ripoff games in their life. Oh, is it like, why did I just drop like that when I tried to jump over that guy? I can't even explain that one. And you wonder, is it Mega Man 1 or Mega Man 2 styled? Like, if I am using iframes... Oh, look at that big health we just picked up. And I touch the spikes. Do you think I die? Or do you think they did it Mega Man 2 and on style, where invincibility frames will save you from being destroyed by spikes? I really hope that's the case. Can this be the end? It is! Nice! So, I mean, the levels aren't that long, I guess, to not have checkpoints. In a way, you know, 1-1, 1-2, I guess that's, you know, the checkpoint in of itself. Daniel, welcome! It looks like they have a translation of the Japanese version. So yeah, I can definitely imagine this being one of those games where, you know, years later, a team would, you know, do a more accurate translation of the original version and not so that you don't have to play this, you know, localized version. That makes a lot of sense. But you know, this is the version we got on the NES, so I guess this is the version we have to play tonight. And yeah, so now we're suddenly in, like, Space World. I'm not sure how the cave turned into Spaceland all of a sudden. So is there any rhyme or reason to how long the fire stays turned off? Because it seems like sometimes it stays off for a couple seconds, and then other times it's, like, gone, and then immediately it comes back. Also, this game seems to like making you just, you know, spawn brooms all over the place. For no reason other than you need them to climb up ledges, but all it does is make you pause, shoot a broom, pause again to switch weapons back. It's just a time sink. It doesn't provide anything for the game, really. You've watched a YouTube video of this. Yeah, so there was an opening cutscene, which it was like some girl running away from a robot, and then a magician came out of a staff, it looked like. It's very bizarre. See how that one like disappeared and then came right back? We're getting the hang of things though. You know, every run we do is better than the last run, and that's always a good sign. But I hate this broom. Okay, so okay, so there we go. What is that? Oh, no, no, no. Oh. That's the thing about the broom being controlled by the direction that you shoot, is that sometimes when you're on it, you want to shoot, and then it ends up completely messing up where you're going. So what is this? Am I taking a hit? No. The screen's just flickering. I have no idea what I'm looking at. I feel like that's probably like a thing that you shoot, and then the machine stops, you know, spewing out gachapon things, but didn't seem to do much. Maybe I haven't used that shield power much, or can I just go over it? No, that took off like all my health. Now we know. So I'm guessing I was supposed to destroy it in some way, but we did not successfully do that. Okay, so that's probably a game over, and that's probably once again going to take us back to the title screen. But okay, so now we know not to touch the flashing thing on top of the gachapon machine. Gotcha. I love how they create this whole cityscape for like this, you know, 1 15-second part of the level, and then it's just not seen again. It's completely possible it will show up in later levels, I guess. But just for there, it's like, it actually looks kind of nice for a couple of seconds, and then you enter the brown zone. And again, brown and green, everyone's favorites. In terms of Mega Man games, though, I have played so much of the OG NES Mega Man games, and in a kind of cliche fashion, Mega Man 2 is probably my favorite. It's the one that I grew up with. And I don't know, I guess maybe partly because I've just played it so much, I really enjoy running through the levels. And but I do enjoy the later Mega Man games as well. You don't hear nearly as many enough people talking about like 4, 5, and 6. I feel like everyone thinks 3 was kind of the height of the NES games, and then, you know, talk from there kind of goes on to the X series and such. But I tend to enjoy the even-numbered Mega Man games a lot. 2, 4, 6, 8, and 10. Are my favorite mainline Mega Man games. Whoa. So see, another cool thing about Mega Man is that he can also just like stand on a ledge by like just his foot. And I figured that the way I dropped there, that would have been the case for her. But no, I mean, she does it too. Kind of. But I feel like Mega Man can stand on ledges even more than she can. So going based on that. Now see, like that's a pretty good distance there, but I think we want to get all of our lives back, considering there's like literally no checkpoint. So I'll use this opportunity to check the chat for a second. That's funny, Daniel. It sounds like we owned very similar Mega Man games growing up back then, as I also got Mega Man X and then Mega Man 8. So I had a huge gap in my Mega Man library when I was growing up. Again, having 2 as a kid, playing some 3, and then not really experiencing 4, 5, 6, or 7 until the Anniversary Collection of all things. But I did get Mega Man X and Mega Man 8, and I enjoyed both of them a lot when I was a kid as well. And still do today. I feel, again, Mega Man 8's one of those ones that I think a lot of people, you know, they see the opening cutscene where it's like Dr. Wowie, and everyone gets a good laugh, and then like they don't play any more of it. I enjoyed Mega Man 8 a lot though. I thought it had great music. It's a little bit different than the previous Mega Man games. There's like no E-tanks and such. It changes a few things like that. I did like finding the bolts hidden in the levels and having to choose which power-ups you wanted from that. And there's not enough bolts to buy them all. So, it's kind of cool in that way. Also, see how she kind of just got stuck in the wall there? There's obviously some hitbox shenanigans going on with this game as well. Very weird. But yeah, Mega Man 8's a lot of fun. And yeah, definitely not my least favorite Mega Man game, that's for sure. Ugh, like, I don't think he even touched me. I'm gonna watch the video here. Yeah, he didn't even touch me. So how I took damage from that, I'm not quite sure. The snowboarding level is still a pain. So yeah, you get Tengu Man stage, where you have to do some some sliding and stuff there. Jump, jump, slide, slide. And then it comes back again in Wily's Castle 1. Is it also in Frostman stage? If it is, I don't recall. I don't think it is. But yeah, Mega Man 8 definitely has some annoying parts, but I enjoyed it a lot. And the level select screen music, I could stay on that all day long. It is so good. But speaking of music that's not so good, you get this track here. Again, I would just love to beat the first world and actually see what comes after, so let's see if we can do that tonight at the very least. Again, with all the Mega Man I've played, this is definitely a game that fits my skill set, but it does have quirks to it that you still need to learn. It's certainly not just like playing, a brand new Mega Man game right out of the box, unfortunately. Like, what is the strategy they want you to use for this guy? If I put a shield up, can I still shoot through it? Oh, so maybe I'm supposed to put a shield in front of him, and then I can shoot him. There you go. We have now discovered how to play the game properly. Again, it is weird starting the game with all of your attacks available. I'm surprised they didn't go, the extra mile and do like Mega Man where you get one after each world or something. But alright, perfect. But it is fun having them all to use right off the bat, and again, nice that they don't consume weapon energy. So you can kind of just, mess around with them as much as you like. But alright, that level's easy peasy now. They have ROM hacks where they put this witch into Mega Man games? I'm not honestly surprised to hear that. So Daniel, if you've watched the full playthrough of this, what am I in store for? Am I making a huge mistake? What are the chances of us actually beating this tonight? Are they higher than 0? That's what I want to know. Because yeah, each playthrough, we are learning more, we're getting further, so that's really all you can ask when you're playing a retro game. Oh, I was touching that with my head. I believe that was like a small health, so obviously, if you can get something like that, you want to grab it. So yeah, you can touch this, it looks like, without taking damage. I thought maybe it would hurt me, but there was health on the other side, so I had to find out. Oh, that's right, when you shoot, you fall. Ugh. You have no idea you watched a review. Seems like I'm doing good. Thank you, I appreciate that. Again, that was just that whole, when you shoot in midair, you drop like a stone, and it's probably impossible to comprehend exactly how bad that feels without actually playing. But just think of, if you've ever played a Mega Man game, how often you shoot while you're in the air. And now imagine every time you press the B button while you're in the air, you just drop. You lose all momentum. and you drop straight down. That is how horrible it feels sometimes to play this game. Which is too bad, because if like they just fixed that one thing, it would probably make the platforming feel almost near identical to Mega Man. And that would be really, really nice. But as it is now, I'm always in that mindset of, why would it be a problem to shoot while I'm in the air? And then I do it. And I always, get hit by the enemy's attacks or whatever, because it sends you right into them. Yeah, you fall like a rock, right? It's crazy. But again, thanks everyone who's checking out the stream tonight. Hope you're doing well. Again, we're kind of finding out about this one together. So I'm just not going to shoot in this room. It seems like, or maybe should I get on like the broom? Okay, now I'm just gonna dodge it. We're gonna do it Don Maku style. All right, let's go. So that's kind of the vibe I'm getting then. Fight enemies as little as possible. Shoot as little as possible. Just try and dodge when you can. And otherwise, do what you can do. But okay. Back to here again. So this one really, I don't know what they expect from that one. Maybe if I had used the shield or something? I don't think you can defeat these in any way. Yeah, that second one disappears and comes back really quickly. I don't know how many levels are in each world, so that will be interesting to find out. So if we go up here now... No. I was getting ready to shoot that thing on top, but again, I'm not convinced that... how would I hit this? Ball? Freeze? Oh, maybe a charge shot. I don't think I ever tried that. Ooh, it worked! I mean, at the very least, it's hitting it. All right, there we go. There we go. So instead of losing 5 billion health this time, we actually managed to get by it the proper way. And I guess, okay, so he throws a boomerang. It's good to know. So I should always be having a charge shot in reserve. And, one nice thing that they did do in this game is that the charge shot does not make an obnoxious charging sound the whole time you're holding the B button. It's pretty reserved. I know in Mega Man 4, the charge shot was the new thing in that game that they want you to use, but it is just so annoying the whole game. You're gonna go wah, 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 as you're holding the charge button. That I never want to use the charge shot. Okay. Whoa! Whoa, was that a 1-up? So there are 1-ups in this game. Can you shoot upwards on a normal... Okay, so yeah, that's actually... So maybe the point of this game is you don't have to do that much jumping and shooting, because you can just shoot upwards on a normal basis. Okay, so... 1-ups do exist. That makes me very happy to see. I assume that was a 1-up. It was. Let's hope that there are many, many more of those to come. But yeah, so there's going to be spike trap falling things like the Mega Man series has, it looks like. No Mega Man ripoff would be complete without those. Oh, okay, we beat it. Now what? I'm assuming there will be a boss. Okay. I'm assuming there will be a boss at some point. Okay, what? Oh. So what does A stand for? I thought it was the Krion Conquest. Not the Dr. A Conquest. Oh, I think I pressed start right when it was gonna show something. Whoops. All right. So from the look. Oh, okay. So we get Quickman beams that go across the stage. And like, is there any way to know where they're gonna come from ahead of time? Or is it like always a set pattern, maybe? Okay. Yes, I'm using the pause trick to get a glimpse of where things are coming from. How else am I supposed to figure this out? So the vibe I'm getting is... just kind of do this a bit, and then when he comes up, do this. Again, a boss health bar would be super nice. Anytime that enemies have a health bar is great. It's never fun, you know, having the question if you're actually doing damage or not, but he seems to be flashing whenever we hit him, so I will assume that's a good sign. Whoa, 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 oh, ugh. I wasn't ready for that one. Okay, well, he takes a lot of hits, whatever it is. Woo. Oh, I picked the wrong side. The A is for Akudama Empire. Really? Like Aku, like Evil Orb Empire is the first impression I would get from that name. And really, like, was that even mentioned in... I don't remember reading about that in the instruction manual, so literally they localized that as the Krion Empire, and they didn't even change the graphic in-game that represents them? Wow. That is weird. Okay, so from what I see, there's no checkpoint before the boss, which is kind of silly. So we gotta get all the way back there. I hope that the 1-up respawns. That would be awesome if the 1-up came back. I don't know how you get by this. Oh, maybe can you freeze it? No. It's not like the freeze beam from Mega Man. Oh! Wow, okay, so looks like there are some creative things you can do with your weapons then. I'm actually impressed. I was not expecting that to work. It's easy to forget that there actually is a freeze ability for whatever reason. Okay, and you can touch it when it's frozen. Beautiful. Beautiful. But yeah, we're learning. We're learning about how to best deal with enemies. We're learning how to freeze fire. Learning lots and lots, and that's good. Whenever you're playing a retro game, as long as you are constantly improving, then, you know, having to do multiple runs through levels and such is not for nothing. Yeah, if that guy did not exist, I would be very happy. There we go. So I know there's that 1-up coming up. It's the next time we drop down the right side of the screen, I think. Very nice. I'm not gonna risk this jump. It seems like kind of a tight one. So I might as well just do that. I think we actually need the broom here again. Yes, we do. I can freeze this fire, though. If I freeze the fire, and then I switch weapons, the fire probably unfreezes? No, it didn't. Whoa, wrong way. Oh, well. So I think this is where the 1-up was. Please respawn, please respawn, please respawn. No! Game's not that nice, unfortunately. Could always hope, though. The Japanese version has a continue feature, and it had a sequel. Well, it was going to have a sequel on the NES. See how it feels like you beat the level? It literally says right there, round 1-3 clear, and yet if you die at the boss, you still have to rebeat 1-3. Okay, so I'm not gonna press anything this time. I'm still crossing my fingers that after we beat the first world, maybe it will let us continue. That is a weird flashing effect. Big enemy, data number 1, name Thunder Knight, hit points 120 strong. Oh, 120. So does that mean I actually have to hit him like 120 times? I don't know if you can see any of this on screen. It looks like you kind of can. Message for you from your friends. Good luck. Thanks. Oh. Ugh. I like how you can stand on top of it for some reason. And so we're gonna count the number of times we hit him just for fun, I guess. Like maybe he has a weakness. Maybe it's like, and you can't charge this this weapon, which is interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Probably not how it actually works. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Yeah, she kind of just like dropped off the edge. Again, you can stand on the edge. It feels like a little more as Mega Man. But there, that time she was kind of like, whoop. Ugh. Alright. What we need to do is try different weapons on that guy, I think. That's probably the next time. Maybe we'll do like freeze on him. Freeze seems to be the weapon they like you using in this level. But fingers crossed. Fingers crossed again that there's a continue option if we can just beat the first world. And I cannot believe they did not put a checkpoint at the boss. Like they do so much to try and copy Mega Man. And yet the nice things that Mega Man does, they don't emulate. But they make sure they keep all the most frustrating, they kept all the most frustrating parts in. Like, it's so strange. Just so strange. Also, you can kind of see, like, each of the items that we get having a Mega Man 1 relation, like ice, fire, I don't know, the bouncy ball, maybe like electric. Shield, nah, maybe not. Maybe I'm making things up here, probably. Okay. That guy. Yeah, and this level has like no health pickups in it, so any damage we take now, we're taking to the boss with us. Good to know. I did thankfully defeat that guy who was bothering us at this point last time, though, so that's good at least. And also, like, why the giant gachapon machine? Like, I can't tell if this almost kind of makes you feel like Parodius. It's like Mega Man Parodius in a way, which is how weird it is. I think that's actually kind of a good comparison. Once you learn the levels, though, they're pretty easy. It's a matter of just figuring out what you have to do and then repeating it. And I'm assuming the boss will probably be the same. Like, I feel like, you know, now that I kind of understand World 1, once I get the boss figured out, it will be very easy to play through it, probably without even a death. Maybe one death, because yeah, your health doesn't even get refilled between levels. So you're probably just going to, you know, inevitably take enough hits that you end up dying. But okay, so I think the strategy is I should just stay low. It makes the most sense to be low, but no, it doesn't, because then you get stuck in a situation like that. I don't know where the best place to stand is to anticipate the attacks. It comes up like that. Wow. Unfortunately, there's no, like, universal safe spot. Like, maybe this. I feel like from here, we'll always be able to anticipate anything. Because, yeah, that circular one always comes from the left, so we'll always have time to avoid it if it starts coming out. Okay, so we have now figured out the boss fight. That was kind of the last piece that we need to do. But now the only other question is just how many hits does this guy take? I'm worried almost. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it can come from the center to the left. Because that one comes from the center to the right. However, so far this seems like it's been a good spot to hang out. Yeah! Alright! 1 health remaining, no extra lives. We did it, everyone. We beat the first world. I'm assuming. Whew. Even that was kind of exhausting. Okay, so I've never made it this far, I don't think. Let me just see the chat here. Mega Man says Yeast Bunny. Welcome! Hope you're having a great night. Alright, so now it looks like we're in Iceland. Yeah, even like, she even makes a robot sound when she hits the ground. Like, tell me it's not like Mega Man. Like, if she was really a witch, there would be no reason for a robotic landing sound. I should have the ball weapon out. Yeah, ball seems like the most useful thing, and thankfully, again, no weapon energy, so you can just spam it all day. So every level seems to start with like a really nice looking above ground section, and then you go into a really ugly underground section. I'm wondering if you can even defeat this. Probably just have to duck under it. Also, this music is way better than the last worlds. This is really good. So I'm gonna get a shield ready for when I drop down there. Unless I... I like how she started sliding. I didn't even press the button that should have made that happen. Okay. No lives. Fingers crossed for a continue if we game over now that we're in the second level. Whoa, mini-boss time, maybe? This isn't really that much of a mini-boss if that's the intention. Wow, those spikes look ripped right from Mega Man 1. Okay, no knockback in this game again. The one kind of nice thing that they did for the player. Ugh. Alright, continue. Fingers crossed, maybe? Yes? No? Nope, this game has no continue option. Alright, time to get good or get out, I guess. Now that I think we've pretty much figured out the ropes of this game. We understand how all the weapons work, how safe spots work, how jumping works. Now we get serious. And we can take on the Krion Empire or the Akudama Empire, depending on which version you're playing, I guess. Oh yeah, but don't forget that you can't shoot while you're jumping or else it's like... Ugh. Hey, she can crouch! Mega Man can't do that! Yeah, we've noticed like a few things in this game that are actually somewhat of an improvement over Mega Man, but they are very few and far between. Very few and far between, unfortunately. Which is too bad, because if they just fixed things like that whole jumping, dropping like a rock thing, or not being able to jump while your staff is out, like those are just weird quirks that I don't even know how they end up in the game in the first place, but if they weren't there, it would feel so much better. Because yeah, like see, if you're shooting and you try to press A before she puts the staff away, she just kind of gets like stuck to the floor. So it really hinders your movement in tight situations. And it's funny because, again, I've mentioned how I've owned this game for a while, and always kind of wanted to beat it, but every time I've come back to it, I've always kind of been like, ugh, and then put it back down. And it's always been because of that, you know, shooting jumping quirk that's turned me off from wanting to play it. But I guess, you know, this is actually the last NES game starting with the letter K that I have to beat. because I wanted to stream this one, and I didn't really have time on the weekend. So I went ahead, and after Krion Conquest comes Krusty's Funhouse, Kung Fu, and Kung Fu Heroes. So I've actually beaten those 3, along with every single other NES game that starts with K. Clash Ball, Clax, King's Quest V, King's Knight, Kid Nicky, Kid Cool, Kid Clown, Kid Icarus. So this is the last game starting with K that I have to beat, and it will also be my 350th officially licensed NES game if I can beat it. So fingers crossed we can figure it out. Okie dokie here. But yeah, I definitely have the hang of it now. It's just a matter of putting all the pieces together and not doing dumb things that result in me losing too much health and dying because no continue option. Wow. And from the sounds of it, Daniel, it did have a continue option in Japan. So there's an example, everyone, of, you know, a game in Japan actually being more difficult in North America. Which is why I always laugh a little bit when people say that, you know, the reason Nintendo didn't bring Mario 2 over is because it was too difficult. You really get a mix. You know, some companies would make their games easier when they came over to North America, some harder. And yeah, this is a case where they beefed up the difficulty for whatever reason. But you know, like, you read Nintendo Power, and you read, like, you know, the what's it called? Like, you know, like players, you know, like the part where what's Player's Pulse? That's it. I almost said, I kept wanting to say Player's Choice. It's like, that's not what it's called. No, Player's Pulse section where you know, people would send in you know, messages and stuff to Nintendo Power, and they were always talking good about games that were difficult. People wanted difficult games back then. So, you know, I guess that's why, you know, they would do this. And also, another reason that games would become more difficult in North America is because there was no game rentals in Japan. So, if you wanted to play a game, you pretty much had to buy it. But in North America, of course, we had rental shops. You could go down to pretty much any corner store at one point and just find video game rentals. So, in order to actually make, you know, you want to buy a game, they'd have to make it so that you couldn't just experience the whole thing if you rented it for a weekend, for example. And one of the ways to do that would be to make it more difficult so that you couldn't just, you know, continue your way through the whole thing and beat it in a single sitting. That was the intention anyway. You wonder how it really worked out in the end. Ugh. Let me see here. Wow, there's a lot of games that start with Kid. Exactly, Yeast Bunny. Isn't that weird? Now, back in the 1990s, it was the big thing to make it harder. Yeah, but then we played Karnov a few weeks ago, and that game was actually made easier in North America, where you can take 2 hits before you die, where in Japan it was only 1, so there was no consistency, and also there was infinite continues in the North American version of Karnov, where in the Japanese version, you only get 2 continues, so that's an example where it went the opposite direction. There's really no consistency whatsoever. It's actually rather ironic that Japanese Super Mario Bros. 2 was the one with the save system. Yeah, it saves how many times you've beaten it. Okay, so... Was that a... Can you... I wonder... I feel like this is the kind of game where there's like a glitch or a quirk or something that if we find it, we'll be able to take advantage of. But nothing so far. The fact that these guys respawn forever is not great. And they don't seem to drop items either, which makes it not so wonderful. So sometimes I get jammed inside the wall, which is really strange. Again, there's definitely some hitbox shenanigans going on. Like again, right there, I kind of just, you know, nick the wall. And it's like she stands on it for a second and then she stops. And I need to remember that she can actually shoot upwards, which is not something I'm used to being able to do in a game that plays like Mega Man. Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's go get that. Don't disappear, please. No! Oh. There's nothing worse than video games where the items disappear really quickly. I don't think any item should ever disappear quicker than 10 seconds, at the very least. That was probably... Oh! Yes, that was probably more like 5. Okay. Alright, come on, guys. Come on. Is this the end? Yes! Okay. And we've played this part a number of times now, so 1-3 shouldn't be too hard. It also has a 1-up, so fingers crossed that there's lots of 1-ups spread throughout the game, so we can make a few mistakes at the very least. The fact that 1-ups exist at all makes me very happy. But hello everyone! Welcome to the Krion Conquest stream. Definitely looks like they took a page out of the book of Mega Man here. Unfortunately, they could have copied the controls a little bit better. There's certainly some quirks there. But otherwise, we're trying to beat it tonight and hope you enjoy my crazy antics. As unfortunately, there's no continue, so we may have to replay some parts of the game several times, but we'll see what we can do. Again, you know, Ghosts and Goblins was hard, but at least it had infinite continues. Whoa! Why did she clip off the side like that? I did not make like a massive jump or anything that should have caused that. Again, there are programming quirks with this game for sure. When it comes to hit detection, when it comes to jumping and shooting at the same time, there could definitely have been improvements. And it's why I haven't beaten the game to this point. It's just, every time I pick it up, I'm reminded of those... Like, they feel like they should be minor imperfections, and yet they really change how the game feels, unfortunately. When it said Mega Man can't shoot upwards, but he's capable of doing that depending on the weapon. Right, like the Metal Blade. Pick is a solid game. Pick? Yeast Bunny? Sorry, I'm not familiar, or rather, I'm not understanding, I don't believe, what it is you're referring to. Pick is a solid game. Pick. But yeah, there's definitely, you know, a fair share of games out there that don't have continues. I bet if you look it up, this game probably does have like a continue code for North America or something. Again, Daniel made it sound like in Japan, continues were just something that you were given out of the box. And we've already discussed, you know, the inconsistencies when it comes to sometimes in Japan the games are easier, sometimes they're harder. It's really strange. Like, did you know that in Japan the Donkey Kong Country games on the Super Nintendo are actually easier? Having additional DK barrels hidden around? That is just such a weird change. And why did they think that Japan needed that? It's like, people always think, oh, Japan, they're so much better at video games, their video games are more difficult, and then Rare goes out of their way to make them easier over there. Like, Battletoads is easier in Japan. There's just no consistency whatsoever. It's so strange. And yeah, then you get games like this one where, for whatever reason, they felt like it wasn't hard enough in Japan, so they made it more difficult in North America. We're gonna see what we can do anyway. According to the instruction manual, there are 5 worlds. So far, we've seen up to the second one. Oh! I forgot until I was falling that there was an extra life over there. Alright, we got the cobwebs out. This will be a much better run. Oh, Plock! There you go. Oh! Oh, okay. Sorry. Looking at the chat, the L very much looked like an I. Apologize for that, Yeast Bunny. Thank you. So that makes sense why there was no game called Pick. It would be a very generic name for a game. Much like Yoshi. I think I've gone on in a video before how I cannot stand how there is an NES game just called Yoshi. We're in Europe and, well, rather in Europe it was called Mario and Yoshi, and then in Japan it was called Yoshi's Egg, so why they went with such a generic name in North America, I don't really understand. But alright, let's do this thing. Serious time, go! You see Game Genie codes? Yeah, well, We don't do Game Genie here. See, the price you pay for using Game Genie is that it breaks your console. It's true because, unfortunately, for whatever reason, they made the circuit board, the pins, inside the Game Genie thicker than a normal NES game circuit board. So if you put that into your NES, it really does stretch the pins. You have to like really force it in. And you can just tell that what you're doing is not good for your console. So yeah, you can cheat, but it will only cost you, the ability to play your games better. Because yeah, I've found NES consoles before where like you put the NES game in and it doesn't even feel like it's making contact with the pins. And that's just a console where the Game Genie was stuck in there for like years, stretching those pins apart, which is really unfortunate. Ugh. Let me see here, wait. Yoshi, not to be confused with Yoshi's Cookie. Yeah, there's 2 Yoshi puzzle games on the NES, which is pretty funny. Pretty much Tetris opened the puzzle game floodgates. And then everyone was making puzzle games involving objects dropping from the top of the screen. You know, Yoshi, Klax, Dr. Mario, tons of them. And then there's that Tetris movie coming out on Apple Plus now, which I like the concept, but I don't typically have streaming services, so we'll have to find some way to watch it. This is going to be oh no, EC Myers vids. I don't like hearing that from you, as I know you've checked this one out before. Oh no. We've already discovered that there's no continue option, so that's pretty wonderful. Although apparently I'm being told that there was a continue option in the Japanese version, so they really didn't like us here in North America for some reason. We have figured out how to beat the first world so far though, so we're trying to replicate that success, which we're getting better at. I think we're currently having my best run of the night so far, and then we have to deal with World 2 and so on, with the understanding that there will likely be 5 worlds, so at least there's not 8. Plus like a Wily's Fortress at the end or something. Let me a second here. A stock NES does feel like the cart isn't making contact. The 0 insertion force connector. Right. People think, yeah, there's definitely lots of problems that can arise when using the Game Genie and such, for sure. It's 95 guarantee because you're supposed to be able to insert and move carts easily. Yeah, because if you use one of the new 72-pin connectors that people tend to put into NESs these days, it comes like pretty tight, trying to get that cartridge in there. But that makes sense then. You know, Nintendo wanting it to be easy for the cartridges to go in and out. The best thing you can do though, typically, maybe it wasn't like that with the stock pins then, because they were kind of looser, and then when you push the cartridge down, that's when it really made contact. But if you use those new 72-pin connectors, you pretty much don't actually have to push the cartridge down at all, and that will preserve those pins and not bending them. But it's really a toss-up. Basically, if you ever get an NES console, the first thing you should do is see if it works without pushing that cartridge down, and then if that doesn't work, check if it works the other way. Because yeah, it is unfortunate that those pins would get bent as the cartridge was pushed down. It is such a satisfying feeling, pushing that cartridge down inside your NES, even though it kind of is damaging it in a way. Of course, I've used the AV Famicom to play my NES games for years now. I do have an AVS coming from Retro USB, but those have been on pre-order for like 3 years now. It will be interesting to see if it actually shows up this year. Once I started taking my NES library challenge seriously, I figured, you know what? I should get a way to play it in HD on the HD television. And the AVS is so cool. It has like 4 controller ports by default. Compatibility for both NES and Famicom games. Just looks like a really neat piece of hardware. And I think they're being discontinued after this run, so that's why I figured, okay, I should probably get one. I know there's that one company that makes a lot of reproduction consoles these days. They have like the reproduction Game Boy that everyone's going on about right now. And there's like a reproduction, I think Super Nintendo and such that they did as well. EC Myers Vids, you only got through the first world yourself, but the lack of continue is a bit of a deterrent. Oh, I completely understand. Yeah, it's definitely... whenever I see a game has infinite continues, there is like a little bit of a sigh of relief. But I like that feeling too of, you know, a game being do or die. Like every attempt you make, you're kind of just on the edge of your seat because you know you have to be serious. Okay, this is probably... Oh, okay, this is not the one where there's an extra life to the left. I need to remember that. Okay. Again, first level music, not my favorites. From what we saw of the second world, though, that music is pretty darn good. So the sooner we get back there, the better. Alright, so this is where we want to hang a left, and there's going to be a 1-up. Also, there's enemies in this room. I think I got him. Oh, I didn't! Uh-oh. Okay. Very good. And we should be almost at the boss. Alright. I love how Krion Conquest is more sadistic than the original Mega Man. That's true, everyone... It's such a common thing when people list off difficult NES games. They'll list off the Mega Man games, despite the fact that they give you infinite continues. The later titles give you things like energy tanks, and if you know the boss weaknesses or take the time to figure them out, they're not that difficult. So I always get a kind of a laugh when people, you know, point to the Mega Man games as being, oh my gosh, that's NES difficulty. It's not even the start of it. Okie dokie. So we found out that the safe spot is kind of here. So just wait till we have to move, and then back into the safe spot. Whoa, whoa. See how she kind of just falls off a ledge arbitrarily almost sometimes? That's not so great. Yeah, it's really nice when you kind of just stand there and not worry too much. Thankfully, it's never seemed to have come from the middle and to the left. So, that's why this spot has worked so well. And we know that he will die eventually, even though he takes a lot of hits. We did do it once before. Woo! This beam takes off a lot of health, so one more hit might unfortunately do us in. So we gotta concentrate here for a second. Come on. Oh, yes. There you go. We actually just beat the first world without a death. AVS has a tight connector, which can be a little bit of a struggle. But otherwise, it's great. Yeah, I'm really looking forward to getting it if it ever shows up. Let me see here. When Mega Man falls off a platform that isn't a tile, like a magnet beam, yeah, he drops like a rock in the original game. That feels really bad. That's a nice strat. You just charge the Mega Buster. You mean wand. and fired straight up at him for a quicker fight. Oh, I always forget that she can shoot up. It just feels like such a non-natural Mega Man thing. But then we're not playing Mega Man, are we? But thank you. Yeah, that's that's the strat that we just kind of discovered on the fly here. Whoa, okay. Sprite limit being hit. Okay, well, that wiped out like half of our health for no good reason, and it's icy too, which is pretty wonderful. So I probably could have dealt with that room better. Yeah, we have less experience with this, so there's still a learning curve to the second level here. Oh, she doesn't duck, or she doesn't slide if you duck. Oh, and that's why I slid off the ledge that one time, because when you duck, it still keeps your momentum for when you stop ducking. Weird. Okay, so... And yeah, that's right, this game has a charge shot too, so... 1990. Let's see, I always love enemies that just, like, never stop respawning. They're my favorite. Okay, let's see. So, I'm guessing just, like, take it slow. But the icy physics make it a lot harder to go slow than you might expect. And also, the way that they drop down on you. Yeah, the way that they drop down on you, and then combined with the fact that you can't really shoot while you're jumping without flubbing something up because of the way you drop like a stone when you press the B button. Oh, but getting health. Should I just, like, farm for energy then? That could be a strategy. Also, we need to remember to charge this up for this guy. Street Fighter 2010. Oh, yes. But it has unlimited continues, right? Yes. The ice physics suck here. We're very glad Wily Wars fixed the gravity issue. Yeah, Wily Wars is pretty neat. A lot of people dunk on Wily Wars. I've played through the entire first one on Switch Online and want to get back to beating the second and third ones so that I can play Wily's Tower. But I didn't have any issues with the Mega Man 1 inside of Wily Wars. I had a decent time with it. Or I know some people are a little harder on it, so I think we actually need to be back a bit. And you can actually shoot while you're ducking too, which is nice. Well, yeah, thanks everyone for checking out the stream. Hope you're having a great night. This is a weird one. And yeah, not sure what we're going to accomplish tonight. The hope is we can still figure it out. So this is the room we've made it up to now. And they just keep respawning, or not. It just seems like they're respawning. Okay. Gotcha. So far this is working. Okay. Oh wow, a door where you have to actually head upwards. That's different. So if we can fly properly... Oh wait, that's right, you can't fly down. My bad. Whoa! Can we bounce a ball strategically to hit you? Oh, okay, we can just hit you like that. Perfect. I think I see an item to the right there. Ooh, full health. Or big health, anyway. And remember, there is infinite item energy in this game, weapon energy, with the exception of the fire attack. That will consume 1/3 of your health and clear all enemies off the screen. So, I think health is kind of more important at this point, that we don't want to be using that. If I could get that like a little higher so it doesn't hit the ledge. Oh, I don't like, Yeah, I see why this is dangerous now. Wait, it disappeared?! Darn it! I wasn't expecting that. Oh, there goes that. Ooh, about a 1-up. Oh. Oh? Oh! Maybe you have to duck when you shoot the broom, and it would have been lower. Okay. Well, that just happened. But there was a 1-up there, which is nice. But all of that And it was still the same level, so that has to be getting close to the end. But yeah, the ice physics here really are rough. And of course, you know, the second level of all levels is the ice level. Typically, that's the thing that gets saved for like later on. Oh wow, one charge shot. So, did I read in the instruction manual that a charge shot is like 4 times stronger than a regular shot? So maybe that's why you know, I need to remember to charge up my... Oh my goodness. She's tall. Her sprite is big. It might even be bigger than Mega Man's. Looking at it. I don't know. But yeah, she kind of clipped the top there. You all saw what happened. Gotta fit into those tight spaces, but okay. And yeah, again, no continues, so... Unfortunately, we might have to replay some stuff, should we get game over. But that's how retro games go. I've played a mix of ones that give you infinite continues, and a mix of ones where it's like, you gotta redo the whole thing again. Okay. Nice. But yeah, I've mentioned before that at least this game does not have the really annoying sound when your weapon is charged up. So I appreciate that, but okay. So yeah, just gotta make sure we're aligned properly when we do that, and not much of a problem. Oh! That's right, you can't shoot through walls in this game. That's another weird quirk. Like, for every nice thing that this game adds, like being able to shoot up or being able to duck, not being able to shoot through walls is very, very mean. And I know that later Mega Man games actually made that the case, like the PlayStation Mega Man X games, for example. For whatever reason, they decided, nope, Mega Man can't shoot through walls anymore. Even though in like the Super Nintendo ones and in the NES ones you can. Okay, so see, like, I actually don't even need health somehow. Kind of surprised me. Alright, so what we learned last time is that the broom was too high, so if I duck and shoot it... It seems about the same height. And you can't move... Oh, maybe I was supposed to duck while I was on the broom. That actually makes some sense. Again, it's easy to forget that you can duck. Is that a ladder? I mean, it looks like a ladder, but pressing up doesn't do anything, so that's kind of strange. I shot up at the enemy and I forgot that that would make me move up. There's a whole learning curve here. That was pretty silly, but we're gonna get better at that, and we're gonna beat the heck out of that. I promise you. Also, there's a hack of this game that replaces the main character, whose name escapes you. Isn't that funny? I've heard that there are Mega Man hacks that put the witch as the main character, and then there's a hack of this which puts Mega Man as the main character. If they also fix the physics, then that would be awesome. I think it will be fun to look into what ROM hacks of this exist afterwards. There has to be something out there. There has to be some cool stuff out there, I would think. But alright, let's do this. Speaking of Mega Man, though, in April, which is really, it's really only like 1 month away at this point, kind of 2, I guess. because it's not at the beginning of the month that it gets released, but the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection comes out in April. I am super excited for that, and I will be streaming that after it comes out, just in excitement. You're gonna share the Battle Network hype with everyone. So if you're around when that comes out, I will be streaming that. But that's the thing too, is that a lot of people who grew up with the side-scrolling Mega Man games, they sometimes dig at the Battle Network games, or maybe even like the Legends games. It's like, that's not the Mega Man I grew up with. This is so weird, and yet I didn't think that way at all. Again, as someone whose first Mega Man game was Mega Man 2, I went to Mega Man X and loved that, and then I played the Battle Network games and loved that, and the Legends games. Actually, it was probably Legends and then Battle Network, but yeah, just great games all around. I haven't played many Mega Man games that I didn't like. I've never gotten too into the Zero series, the Zero or the ZX, as it's known as in Japan. They never really caught my attention. I did get the Switch Zero ZX collection. Yeah, those would probably be the Mega Man games, I could like take it or leave it. But the X series, the original series, Battle Network Legends, all really, really, really fun games in my mind. I've of course played my fair share of like Mega Man ROM hacks and such as well. You just can never get enough Mega Man. Okay. Oh. Alright. Wasn't the best performance, but we're done. With the upscaler filter enhanced. Yeah, there's gonna be a whole bunch of like different video modes, right? It's an age-old debate when it comes to playing retro games on more modern hardware. Do you like when there's a bit of a blur to it? Kind of like you would have gotten on a CRT TV? Do you like when you can see each pixel rather, nice and crisp? I personally am fine with either option. Like if I'm playing this on a CRT TV right now, so I get that classic, as it would have been intended back in the day look. But if I was playing this on an emulator or on, say, Nintendo Switch Online, should it have been available through that, and it was like pixel perfect, that would have been fine with me too. Neither one really bothers me. Now, unless this upscaler you're discussing is like something more outlandish than that, I guess I'll find out when the game comes out. But yeah, when it comes to retro games, there's like a whole, what's the best way to play it? How should it look? Debate that can kind of go on there. But alright, yeah, I don't want to die too many times. We want to save these lives for the next level, but these guys are the worst. The guys just kind of come down and slap you in the face. There's not much you can really do about them. And then they just like respawn, which is like wonderful. I'm so tempted to get that item that weapon energy, or rather that health. But the broom would not spawn in time. Okay. But yeah, Yeast Bunny, that was fun playing Puzzle League the other night. Thank you for bringing back those Pokemon Puzzle League memories. Been a while since I've played it, or Pano de Pawn. I really need to get back into that, and maybe someday we'll go it again, and I'll be much better than I was on Friday there. Next Friday, I'm thinking maybe a Mario Party Superstars stream, because we've never done that. Of course, we've played like all of the maps from the N64 Mario Party games at this point. But I think Superstars could be kind of cool to check out too. EC Myers Vids, you're inclined to play the Famicom version, learn the levels, and then come back and try the NES version. It's funny because when I had my butt absolutely kicked by The Adventures of Bayou Billy back in the day, and read that the Famicom version was actually much easier, I always told myself, alright, I'll just play Mad City, the Famicom version, someday. And that will be how I experience this game. But then I started doing my NES challenge, and I had never gotten around to playing the Famicom version. I said, well, guess we're playing the NES version. And I'm actually really happy that I did it that way, because it felt really fulfilling to beat the more difficult NES version. And I still, to this day, have not played the Famicom one, so I'm really excited to see at some point just how much easier it really is. But no, playing the Famicom version would probably be pretty cool too. With Infinite Continues, I can imagine we'd probably almost be done the game by now, so I can understand why they didn't give Infinite Continues, in a sense. The game would be kind of short then. But even if it's not Infinite Continues, giving the player a couple of continues would have been nice. But they went full evil with that decision. Oh, I defeated that enemy and then immediately got health from it. Good, good. Ugh. Mad City is ridiculously easy. You beat it on your first playthrough in half there. See, that would have been no fun to me. I have, again, those just really fond memories of Bayou Billy kicking my butt. And just for a couple of days, I just tried so hard at it. And then to get that winning run, the ending felt so worth it at that point. Knowing how hard I had tried to get there. But that's great that Mad City, it's a little less, it sounds like it was too extreme, right? Instead of finding a nice middle ground, Bayou Billy is ridiculously hard, where Mad City is ridiculously easy. But that's great to hear, though. Thank you. I'll have to try it out at some point. Contra 3 is easier in Japan than in the West. The Japanese version gives you extra health. Well, they're just probably compensating for the fact that Contra Force, which was originally, I think, going to be called Contra 3, was never released in Japan. Which really surprised me after beating it, because I went in and looked it up. And I was like, wow, that game had a horrible translation, and yet it was never even released in Japan to begin with. So, it was just poorly written from the beginning. Yeah, most people probably have never really heard of Contra Force, the third NES Contra game, which has nothing to do with, any other Contra game ever. And it was unfortunately not the best. Contra Force's biggest problem is that it lags. From the first level, a couple seconds into the first level, there'll be 3 enemies on screen at once, and the game just chugs. It's how did they get that so wrong after making 2 other good Contra games before it? Contra Force, more like Contra Farce, there you go. Okay, so at least they didn't make the, they didn't change too much. Then they basically just took out the continues. And other characters, that's interesting. Is it a deal where, when you switch weapons, that actually would have been, a different character in the Japanese version? I could imagine that. I'd be very surprised if there wasn't, a Toho ROM hack version of this. It seems like it would really fit well. Shirno with, the ice attack and all that. Yeah, she does not cling to the edge of platforms as nicely as Mega Man does, but... Ooh. So EC Myers Vids, you said that you actually got under him and shot him that way. Interesting. Oh, see how when we turned around, she slipped off? That's strange. Alright, hopefully not too much more. But that is the thing about a game that doesn't have continues, or you have to start from the beginning every time, is it feels like you get to the point where you got game over last time, you get a little bit better at that, maybe get a little bit farther, and then you game over again, replay the whole game, get back to that point. I beat Kung Fu Heroes last night. I was actually up very late. I had started Kung Fu Heroes, and I'd gotten really far in, and it was just one of those times where it's I'm not replaying this, I'm beating it. I actually found out about the continue code in that game by accident, where every time I get game over in a game, and it takes you back to the title screen just for fun, I put in the Super Mario Brothers continue code, which is hold A and press start. And in Kung Fu Heroes, it just happened to work. And I was like, you know what? I found that on my own. I earned it. I'm gonna just, for the heck of it, play through it using the continue code. And wow, if you were to not play that game with the continue code, it would be brutal. But I feel like I learned a lot using the continue code. And if I wanted to go back and do a legit playthrough without the continue code, I'd be more prepared for it. But still, the end of that game will fry you, even when you're using those continues. So to finally pull off that winning run of World 8 in Kung Fu Heroes felt great, but just imagining if I had played it without the code and had to replay to World 8 every single time just to get a little more of a try at one of the levels in it is kind of horrifying. So I feel like, you know, if your first run through of a game uses a continue code or something like that, you know, if it's like an exceptionally difficult game, then that's fine. You know, you can always go back and do a legit run of it later. Which is, games that I have on my list to go back and do legit runs of currently are Arkanoid, Ikari Warriors, and now Kung Fu Heroes. Otherwise, I've done it all without cheats and continue codes and such. Those are just like the exceptionally difficult games that really do not hold any punches. No, it's totally a time thing, right, EC Myers vids? I getcha. Okay, so yeah, again, we don't even need that health, which is nice. So let's concentrate here, put on our concentration cap on. Okay, so I remembered that this guy showed up last time. So now that we've done that, hopefully he doesn't respawn? Oh, he does, too. There, we did it! That's how you do that room. Excellent. Not too bad. Ooh, that guy, I didn't know how far he was going to throw, but threw pretty far. Let me see. Crouching, pausing, the ice physics seem rather... Yeah. The audio in Kung Fu Heroes was a lot like Mario Yeast Bunny. Oh my... And the one-up sound just plays when you, like, find an item, not even get an extra life. It bothers me so much that the Mario 1 one-up sound plays just for finding an item inside a block. You would think you were getting all these lives, and it's just like, nope. And then there's like the coin sound, brick breaking sounds. Kung Fu Heroes is a weird game. Right, so this is, speaking of weird, what the heck am I even dealing with here? And this is a moment where you're really happy the game does not have knockback. Hey, how come you can fall on the spikes, but I can't? Oh. But alright, new territory anyway. Yeah, so see how that looks like a ladder? It's actually just like background graphic. Well, that was dangerously close to an edge there, considering this game's weird detection. Okay, first room down. What is that? Okay, maybe... And how come those spikes at the... Oh, no, that's the charge bar. I was like, why is there this red weird bar at the bottom? Also, I wonder if I should jump down to the left or to the right of that pillar on the left. I feel like it's a situation where go down one way and you get like a 1-up or something. And go down the other way and yeah, you get nothing. It's like, can I jump through this? Yes. Alright, we're taking the left side. Okay, well the right side would have been dead, so good to know. Can you freeze these? Yeah, right? EC Myers vids, that's the thing about Adventure Island. And not only that, you actually have to collect an item in-game, which unlocks the continue code. So, I don't know, that feels more like a feature than a cheat, I feel. When the instruction manual gives you the code, that to me is like a feature, and not a cheat code that you would have to look up in, you know, Nintendo Power or online or something like that. So, there's a bit of a gray area there for sure. Okay. Okay. Making progress. And then the graphics just decide to change all of a sudden. I see health. I'm not sure if it disappeared last time because it went off screen or if it's like a timed thing. Regardless, I want it. Ugh. Can I jump down from here? Yes. Okay. Oh, how fair is it if you, like, land on the guy? I didn't really have much choice in that matter. Ooh, that was close. Okay, so this game hands out 1-ups pretty generously. I appreciate that. We are now fighting a tank. Why are we fighting a tank? Okay, I did not know how the drill was going to act. It's a boomerang, which, when you look at the drill bit, my first reaction is not that it acts like a boomerang. But in this game it does, so now we know. Alright, losing all of our health before we even get to the main level. Plus, I doubt that health pickup will respawn, so that puts us at a disadvantage. But hey, speaking of which, I guess ask and you will receive. Let me see here for a second. 573 it is. Let's see my Kung Fu Heroes / Super Chinese on the Famicom. Yeah, it is on Nintendo Switch Online, which is so weird. I can imagine that multiplayer would probably be pretty cool. I've never done multiplayer Kung Fu Heroes. But that game just has so many weird quirks, like the hit detection and the perspective. Like, it tries to do like a 3D thing, but not really. And it doesn't really succeed at it all that well. Huh. My Wikipedia does say it was purchased by Namco on Famicom. I wonder why they updated it. Yeah, that's strange. Huh. But yeah, again, this is the last game starting with the letter K that I need to beat. So it would be really cool to get her done. I'd definitely like to get it done by the end of the month. It's always cool to, you know, end the month off on a thing like that. It would also be my 350th officially licensed NES game cleared. That was ridiculously close for no reason. Okay. Three lives, though. Like, can't complain too much about that. Yeah, so the health here, unfortunately, did not come back, but I can stand here and shoot this guy, maybe? I don't think he's taking any damage. There we go. Oh, he came back! Darn it, but can I fly over you and just ignore you? Okay. We're doing that then. Is this where I land on like an enemy that I can't even really dodge? I love that. That's my favorite part of the game. Okay, so we're back to Drill Man here. So now that we actually understand how your weapon works, it's not that hard to avoid. There you go. Alright, another level down. Not too bad. World 2's not too mean so far. Have I played many homebrew NES games? I've beat both Battle Kids. And I have Dangerous Trap, the Famicom release, which looks like it has some updates and I think even some map changes. I haven't played it yet, but I'm looking forward to it. I've just been trying to find a spot to fit that in. I'm so busy playing the officially licensed ones that I just haven't gotten to too much of the homebrew stuff. I feel like once I'm through the, official NES library, I'll definitely spend a lot more time with the you know, homebrews and whoa, she did not jump. I should have just brought the broom out to make sure I could make that. But yeah. So I look forward to playing more homebrew stuff some days, but owning so many officially licensed games, it feels wrong, I guess, to, you know, play homebrew over those sometimes in a weird way. But I love the Battle Kid games; they are great. So yeah, I didn't even follow my own advice that time and bring the broom out, because why would I ever do that? Oh, health? Yes, please. Thank you. Dangerous Trap is a nice overhaul with some rebalanced, difficulty, new areas and cutscenes. That's awesome. Yeah, I really look forward to getting that. And I keep trying to consider, you know, maybe I should fit that in somewhere. I will probably stream it when I play it. The thing that deters me a bit is that is a game that hurts your thumb. The constant left and right and then holding up as well to do the slow fall. Since I play with the original NES controller, that one really tears apart the tip of your thumb. With just the pointy edges of the controller, mixed with all those rapid movements. So I don't really want to tear up my thumb too bad, so you know, it deters me from beating the licensed games which I'm working on right now. But yeah, I do love the homebrew stuff, and I'm always happy to see people still making NES games. And I'm sure I'll check out more of them in the future. Okay. Alright. And it's still slippery, I think? No, it's not anymore. It's funny when the controls are so weird that you don't even really notice if you're sliding or not. I'm guessing you can't kill these things, yeah. Because of the drop, because she dropped like a stone, I forgot all about that. I was having so much fun that I forgot for a moment that this game has weird quirks like that. I was just trying to scroll the screen to the right a bit to make sure that no enemies were going to show up, and then I was going to pull out the broom, but I paid the price for being cautious. Don't be cautious in this game. Don't stop and think about what you're doing, just do it. Let me see. Tuxedo Worth, welcome. Hope you're having a great night. Yeah, it's very Mega Man-like indeed. You have a pretty sizable homebrew collection. Backing in addition to the license backlog, in addition to the... That's great, EC Myers vids. Yeah, there's some great homebrew stuff out there. And like I said, definitely looking forward to playing more of that. Totally not Rush Jet Broom. Exactly, Yeast Buddy. That tall red guy. Oh, Anthony Gleason, welcome. Hope you're having a great night. Looks like the wacky waving inflatable arm tube man. There you go. Oh, JVEG, welcome. I'm so happy people are checking out the stream. Thank you. Family Basic with decades worth of... Yeah, we talked about that, JVEG. Looks better than that other thing I downloaded for the Switch. Ugh. Okay. These little platforming challenges here are not too big of a deal. Much better than dealing with enemies anyway. See how she almost gets like jammed in the wall sometimes. If they had spent just like another week ironing out some of the quirks, this really could have been like a 7th Mega Man game on the NES. Like it feels like they were just so close to making that a thing, and then they didn't. Okay, I think this is back to where my my mishap happened. Oh, we're down to 1 life? I thought I was doing better than that. Okay, so There, this is where I met my doom. And it's like, you're just kind of defenseless when you're doing this because, like, I don't really want to jump and try to start dodging things while I'm on the broom. Okay, we're at the boss anyway. With 2 health left. And remember, there's no checkpoint before the boss for some reason. Yeah, it really is a bit too Mega Man, isn't it? Okay, I can't move right now, so we're kind of just standing in the ball pit at McDonald's currently. And this is such an obnoxious effect. The screen just flickers. Like, one frame it shows the text, and then the other frame it shows the screen. Yukimaru. Snowball. Hit points 90. High speed 20. Shots. Oh, special. Chibi Maru attack. Small ball attack. Message for you from your friends. With an apostrophe for some reason. Good luck. My friends what? Okay. You would, like... Oh! Okay, ice falls from the ceiling. Gotcha. And now... we got little... balls. And a laser came from somewhere. Okay, well there's gonna be a learning curve for that boss, I guess. You can't see the obnoxious flashing on your end. Can you see the text at all? Yeah, it's a bad effect. Freaking weird physics. I need to do more about these guys. I kind of just like let them stick around and destroy me. I guess I should be trying to beat them. I mean, I guess I could also shoot upwards too. I always forget there's an upward shoot option. I noticed that an enemy in this area always drops health. Like, are there some enemies that are just always programmed to drop something? I wonder. Because otherwise it doesn't seem like item drops are random. I almost feel like there's just some enemies that will always drop an item. A big giant ping pong ball? It was called snowball in Japanese, so some kind of ball, I guess. I love this music, though. Nothing keeps you pumped for playing a game, even if you have to redo parts, than when it has a good soundtrack. Definitely better than 1942. Overall, though, we're learning this level. It's not too bad. It's just a matter of, when you're riding the broom, I feel really defenseless. Remember that when you're riding the broom, you can't move downwards, too. So that makes... that's funny how that guy kind of gets stuck there like that. So that makes it really hard to maneuver your way out of enemies. Because it's like... if you go too high, then you're just crushing yourself. But anything like that, I guess. Is that the end? Okay. Like, it's not that long. But I still managed to take a few hits at that end part there. E.C. Myers, yeah, right? And you can't skip this, like, you have to watch it. Like, I'm looking at the screen now, just to see if it did show that flashing at all. Oh, it actually looks pretty decent on your end, if I'm seeing that correctly. Okay, so this is our last attempt before we get sent back to the beginning of the game. I don't know if that actually did any damage or not. And I'm just gonna walk back and forth here and see what happens. Nope. So, where does the laser come from? Oh, and then it bounced! Darn it. Okay. I'm kind of getting your pattern down. Kind of. It's just like, boom, out of nowhere. You have no chance whatsoever to respond to this ball laser coming from the top of the screen, and it just hits you and you're dead. Oh. The robot from Buck Rogers. Okay, well, again, unfortunately that means we need to replay the game to get to that part. We've been streaming for, wow, nearly 2 hours. Does not feel like it's been that long. Just, you know what? As quirky as the game is, I've been having fun. It's just a matter of... This is definitely one where it's like, you gotta replay some stuff to practice, unfortunately. But again, I appreciate you all sticking around and checking it out. We're gonna do what we can. That was pretty good, though. I think we went all the way from not making it past 2-1 to getting to the second world boss on that attempt. So we're getting better. We're getting better. And at the end of the day, that's all we can really ask for. It's like with Knight Rider. There was definitely a learning curve to that game too, but beating it felt really good. Who knew that the trick the whole time was just to drive on the grass to avoid boss attacks? Now, I'm already feeling a lot more confident than I did when we began, so that's a good thing. It's a good thing. So there's also Darkwing Duck on the NES, and that's a game that's often compared to feeling like Mega Man. I personally didn't enjoy Darkwing Duck all that much. Personally, when it comes to licensed games, I feel like Konami is where I like to be at. A lot of the Capcom licensed games have felt okay, but they didn't keep my interest for too long. I recently gave Adventures in the Magic Kingdom a D on my ranking list, and I got one comment saying that, you know, they agreed with my video for the most part, but that was one that they disagreed with, and I can get that. I can understand how some people might be more fond of Adventures in the Magic Kingdom than others. Just me personally, I don't know. There's something about the Capcom Disney games that just doesn't grab my attention for whatever reason. But then you get the Konami ones, and it's like, Goonies 2? Yes, please. Goonies 2 is so good. Goonies 2 has no right to be as good as it is. It's such a good game. I mean, I'm just kidding around. Of course, Goonies is a really fun movie, too. So I'm happy that the games based on it are so good. Never would have thought. And then, of course, you know, there's Bucky O'Hare, which is another one kind of like Mega Man, made by Konami, and that's a really fun one too. How did I not get that health pickup? But yeah, Darkwing Duck didn't really do it for me, and that has some really weird control quirks too. Like, there's a ability in that game to... Can you please? Thank you. To hold your cape up to deflect enemy attacks. The problem is that if you do that, you pretty much cannot move again until you release your thumb from the D-pad. And that includes if you accidentally hold up. When you're in the air, he'll hold his cape up, and then you can't move left or right until you drop straight down and then let go of the D-pad. I'm pretty sure that's how it worked. There was a really strange control quirk in that game, which was not enjoyable to have to fight with. And then also that game is a lot about grabbing onto hooks and doing some weird jumps like that. I don't know. Darkwing Duck did not do it for me. But if you want to play a really good licensed, Saturday morning cartoon styled game that plays like Mega Man, Bucky O'Hare by Konami is phenomenal. Highly recommend that one. I always remember when I picked up Bucky O'Hare from the flea market. It was like $20, and this is several years back now. And I'm like, okay, I'll take Bucky O'Hare. And he's like, you're an NES collector and you don't have Bucky O'Hare? I'm like, is thinking to myself, that's a rarer game, isn't it? Like, you know, this guy's like berating me for not having Bucky O'Hare, but I don't think that's a game most people have. So he might have been getting it confused with like Bugs Bunny's Birthday Blowout or something, but oh well. He needs, you know, I guess know what he was selling. But yeah, I mean, even I did a double take. It's not like I even had a phone at that time to, you know, look up the price or anything. It's just I knew I didn't have Bucky O'Hare, and that the reason I didn't have it was because it was a harder to find game, and this guy's acting like it was, you know, the most common thing. It's like, it's just really strange. I always think back to that experience. Let me see here. So we're gonna do. Did that fire just like despawn? Is that what happened there? Weird. Ugh. Okay. Any enemies want to drop health, that would be appreciated. But again, if it's not random. Oh no! See, the way that enemies come at you, it makes you feel like, okay, I want to jump and attack that enemy while I'm on the broom, but the second that your feet leave that broom, it zooms off. So you can't do it. You just can't do it. Ooh. Alright, perfect. Oh, just holding up. Overall, though, I am enjoying this game. I'm having quite a fun time. Because it really does, you know, remind me of Mega Man. As a huge fan of the side-scrolling Mega Man games, and of course, you know, Battle Network and Legends and such, all the Mega Man games. Mega Man was one of those series that for me was like consistently fun. Even games like Mega Man X6 and such, you know, getting, you know, later into the series when people will argue that the quality was dipping a bit, and I won't argue against them in that regard. I still had fun. They were still always fun games to play, which is why it's so sad that in recent years, Mega Man's been pretty much shelved by Capcom in terms of new games. Of course, you know, they've been making bank on the legacy collections, but you don't often see a brand new Mega Man game. I guess Mega Man 11 was the first time we really saw that, and that was like, what, 2018? So even then, it's been like 5 years since that. You figured, all right, Mega Man 11, hopefully they do maybe do like a Mega Man X revival next and such, but no, they never really did much with it after that, unfortunately. Which is just too bad. I feel like it's always kind of been to spite Inafune. I'm pretty sure that they still think, oh, you know, Inafune was, Mega Man was Inafune's thing, so, you know, we're not gonna make games for it, because then that would be, you know, doing what Inafune wants or something. And then, of course, he tried to do Mighty Number 9, and I did not hate Mighty Number 9. And I have a right to talk about this because I donated $60 to the Mighty Number 9 Kickstarter. So, you know, I actually have, you know, beef in this thing. Where, even though it wasn't exactly what it looked like it was going to be in the beginning, I had enough fun with Mighty Number 9 that I'm happy it exists. It could have been better, kind of just like how this game could be better, but I don't know. I think Mighty Number 9 is dunked on a little harder than it probably deserved, but it still had a lot of quirks and such that should have been worked out. The problem with Mighty Number 9 is that it got too big. It's funny that its success was kind of its downfall. The fact that it kept getting money, and they kept adding new stretch goals, and then they kept, you know, promising that they would port it to other platforms, and that ultimately just made the development of it so complex that, you know, it hurt what the game could have been if it had just been on, say, maybe PC and then, like, you know, a couple other platforms or something like that. So, you know, they kind of shot themselves in the foot with Mighty Number 9, unfortunately. And the game ends on a cliffhanger. I'm still salty that there's never going to be a sequel. As I am probably like one of the 2 people in the world who would actually buy a Mighty Number 9 sequel. Because yeah, I just love Mega Man and Mega Man styled gameplay that much. Yeah, the Gunvolt series really kind of seemed to have, you know, take on the torch of Mighty Number 9 and, you know, delivering Mega Man-esque action, which is pretty cool. Roko-chan. I don't think I've played that or seen that. Oh no, that was a jump for no good reason there. Just figured, oh, I'm gonna do a cool jump, and then the bar came out and made me pay for that. At least it's not an instant death quickman bar. But overall, this boss's pattern seems to be a lot easier to predict than the World 2 boss. And unfortunately, again, we have to replay everything just to get back there and try and iron out a new strategy. And it's like, if you die, it doesn't even start you with the boss. You have to replay the whole thing. Which is annoying-ish. But again, thanks everyone for checking out the stream. Hope you're having fun. I'm having a great time. You've all been really active in the chat. It's been really fun talking about all sorts of stuff. What are your favorite Mega Man games? That's a great question. Everyone's really had a chance to experience the classic Mega Man games these days because of those legacy collections, which has been nice. Really, after the Battle Network collection, it will just be the Legends games and the Star Force games, which will have not had an legacy re-release. Oh my gosh, I would buy a Legends collection so fast. The last time I replayed them was actually the summer of 2014. Doesn't feel like it's been almost 10 years. I cannot believe that. But I remember how hyped I was waiting for summer break from college, actually. I mean, like, I'm going to replay Mega Man Legends 1 and 2 and I'm going to have so much fun. And I did. It was so great. I could play those games all day. Christian, welcome! Hope you're having a great night! And, whoa, that name. Rotten Apple is saying game over. Not yet! I have not, well, I have gotten game over a few times, but let's hope we can make a little bit more progress this time. Thanks for checking out the stream. JVeg, Game Boy Mega Man 4. Oh, it's such a cool game. So, I unfortunately have a really sad story about Game Boy Mega Man 4. Which I will share, and it will act as a warning to all of you, but I'll look at the next comment first. Roko-chan can be played on Flashpoint. Oh yeah, because of Flash. I was obsessed with the Impossible Quiz 1 and 2 back in the day. I played those so much. I just had such a great time with them. And it's sad that now you have to like jump through all these hoops and stuff to play them again. So the sad story relating to Mega Man 4 for Game Boy is I do own it. And I keep all of my Game Boy games in... There's like these cardboard boxes that fold open at the top that you can store cards in normally. And Game Boy games fit perfectly into those. You can do like 6 rows of like 10 Game Boy games or something, and it fits really nice. So I had my Mega Man 1, 2, 3, 4 in there. And you figure, okay, Mega Man 4 is a pretty rare and valuable game, but it should be safe inside this box. Well, my Mega Man 3 is a little bit yellow. Whatever happened to it over the years, maybe it was, in the sun or something. So it has a little bit of yellow on the back. And Mega Man 4, being directly behind it, was obviously kind of touching that yellow back. It turns out that the yellow back from Mega Man 3 started bleeding over a little bit into Mega Man 4, just by touching it inside of this box. I would never have imagined that was possible. So unfortunately now my Mega Man 4 has a little bit of yellow on the front just because the plastic was touching the yellow plastic of Mega Man 3. That blew my mind. It was like, what chemical reaction monstrosity magic is causing this? So, I own Mega Man 4 on Game Boy, but I always think about that. It's like, how dumb is that actually happened? So just be careful if you have your own Game Boy collections to make sure that they're not... Let's let me concentrate here. Wait, where did the... Oh no, the 1-up despawned. Shoot. That they're not touching any games with a bit of yellow on them like that. Bummer. Darn you, chemistry. Right, JVeg? Ugh. It's not too bad. Thankfully, it's not like it's, like pure yellow or something, but you can tell it has a few yellow spots on it now that... I'm confident we're not there before. So yeah, just be careful if you're one who ever, just stacks your Game Boy games up on top of each other. or something like that. If you have any yellow ones, apparently it can bleed from one game to the next. Really, really silly. But otherwise, yeah, Mega Man 4 is a great game. Can't disagree with you there on the Game Boy. Can you retro bright it? I don't know if I want to go like all in on retro brighting the yellow spots on it, in case I've seen cases where people retro bright things and it makes the plastic go even funkier. So as it is now, it went from being like very good condition to, I'd say it's like, you know, good condition now. So I'm afraid to do any, you know, more damage to it, basically. But yes, I do know of retro brights, and I know that like people like the 8-bit guy will use it, and it works pretty well in some situations. Let me see. Dev Ketchum, thank you so much for the subscription. Hope you're having a great night and that you're enjoying the stream. Thanks for checking it out. And again, everyone who's checking it out, I really appreciate all the activity, and you know, everyone's having a good time. That means a lot while I'm playing this very obvious Mega Man bootleg. And unfortunately, it doesn't have continues. We would be done the game by now if it had continues like the Japanese version, I'm sure. But here we are. So I have 2 lives. Oh, that darn despawning 1-up. What a silly way for it to work, but need to remember that, I guess. I think there's a health coming up here, right? So let's make sure we don't despawn that, because I really want it. Is that the end? No. Oh, there's the guy who, like, you always take a hit from, no matter what. Well, here's a 1-up, though. Don't rush it. I don't think it will disappear if we take our time. Very nice. You love the 8-bit guy? Yeah, he's always been fun to watch. Retro computer stuff. It's always good to see. Very good. Yeast Bunny, how long is the game supposed to be? The instruction manual makes it sound like it's 5 worlds long. So, fortunately, we haven't even reached the halfway point yet. I'd say our biggest issue right now is just bosses, really. I've really kind of come to understand how to deal with the levels. It's just a matter of, you know, you need to practice the bosses to learn their patterns, but the game really does not want you practicing the bosses, because every time you get even close, whoa, I will take all of the free health, thank you. You even get, you know, close to a boss. It's, you know, you have to, like, replay the whole level before you can even try him again. I'm trying to get close enough to this guy to actually do damage to him. There you go. Without falling off the edge. Somehow worked. So what did everyone think of the Pokemon announcements today? Not what everyone was hoping for. Everyone, you know, my video kind of started a trend where I talked about Pokemon games being on the Switch, the Pokemon Game Boy games. And everyone was like, no, it'll never happen. And that I made that prediction before the Game Boy and Game Boy Advance apps were even released. So then once those came out, everyone was like, oh, maybe this guy's onto something. And I like how there's now, like, you know, 50 copycat videos out there, including one which literally copy-pasted the title from my video, but added and Gen 3 to it. And even the thumbnail is almost identical to mine, which is insane. But yeah, so lots of copycats there, which it happens. I'm seeing now that the way to get views on YouTube is basically just take whatever the big topic is at that time, watch the most popular video based on that topic, and then pretty much make your own copy-paste version of it. Like, you know, change the words around, like we used to do back in the day when copy-pasting Wikipedia. And boom, you've made your own video. Now, that's definitely the experience I've seen based on, you know, people making videos about, you know, Pokemon on the Switch. Right after I made my video about it. And then, of course, another announcement was the DLC for Pokemon, which I predicted what it was going to be in the Nintendo Direct. But I forgot that Pokemon gets its own Direct, like, a few days later, so it makes sense that it wasn't in, you know, the normal Nintendo Direct. Wow, we have a lot of health going into this boss here. Pokemon Sleep! Oh, man! There you go. Christian, you just caught up and you were watching it at 2 times video. That's hilarious. Well, thank you so much. Appreciate that you checked it all out. Hope you enjoyed it. Yeast Bunny, yeah, it's an honor, right, to have your video. I'm shocked how much that video took off. That's the thing about YouTube, right? It's like, you just never know what's gonna catch people's attention and what isn't. I found that Pokemon is pretty likely to get more views than videos about other things. So, you know, you could wake up tomorrow and suddenly I've gone all Pokemon on this channel, considering it seems like it's all people really want to see. But no, it's like, yeah, it was definitely cool to see so many people enjoy that video, and the fact that it did get copycats obviously meant I was doing something right. So what's the strategy here for this? Okay, well. Okay, I like it. So I think I found the pattern for this guy. So he does that. You run under him, then you duck in the corner, and then you just kind of pray until that happens. And if there's no ice block above you, nothing will even fall on your head. And now I just keep repeating that. And I think getting hit by these faces or whatever, it only really takes off 1 health. Okay, we have found the pattern for this guy. Now it's just a matter of repeating this however many times it takes to beat him. Ugh! Guess I could have gone a little more into the corner there. I have to think we have this done. We've got this. Oh, yeah! Alright, World 2 down, everyone. There we go. Yeah, Christian, yeah. Unfortunately, this is one of those games where you gotta replay parts, for sure. Ooh, this looks nice. I'm just going to appreciate... Whoa, an oxygen level. The instruction manual mentioned that. So now, you know, Mega Man, underwater levels are usually actually some of the most fun because of the, you know, the crazy jumps and stuff you can do. But in this game, you have an air meter. Thanks for ripping off Sonic the Hedgehog there. Nice that there's sort of a pattern here. Yeah, I mean, that's how retro game bosses are. Every boss has a pattern. It's just a matter of finding it and taking advantage of it. So if you can do that, you can beat any retro game boss pretty much. Of course, it probably applies to modern game bosses too, but they're going to be a little more complex. Okay. Whew. Almost halfway through the game. So I'm guessing it just wants me to jump down? So, what exactly am I doing? So you can jump a little higher underwater. It's definitely not Mega Man, guys. Definitely, we're not playing Mega Man. And I guess if we jump out of here... So, it turns yellow. The oxygen meter turns yellow as you're underwater. Is that, like, yellow is... Like, if it all turns yellow, you die? Or does it go, like, yellow to red? I'm not entirely sure. We'll try not to find out, I guess. But in the meantime, we are left wondering. And enemies respawn in this game, so it's not like you can defeat a few enemies, go back and get more oxygen, and then, you know, proceed on. Oh, I pressed B in the air. I made the fatal flaw of pressing B while I was in the air, which caused me to drop like a stone. Can we instead use the broom to, like, just skip the whole water? Can this just be like a cheat to beat the level instantly, please? Unfortunately not. Oxygen meter, the states have been heightened. Exactly. Yeah, like... I'm not sure why they thought that was something that was needed. Again, like, they very obviously took inspiration from Mega Man. And yet... They did things which are very un-Mega Man, like adding in an oxygen meter, for reasons I can not even imagine. Like, why did they think that was needed? Remember, you can't shoot while you're in the air or you'll drop into the spikes. Okay, how many lives? 2? I'll take it, I guess. I like how the laser doesn't go underwater. Can you defeat this thing? No, you cannot. With all the bubbles coming out of these walls, you would think maybe you could stand in front of them and refill your air, but I guess not. So I feel like just not defeating enemies is the smart thing to do, considering we're on a time limit essentially. So the way that we keep getting to air right before it goes all yellow leads me to believe that if it goes all yellow, it's probably death. Which it should really be like either red or black or something then. Or maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's really generous and you get like a yellow bar and then you're dead. So far, nothing really that difficult about this level though. It's mainly just dealing with the oxygen, which, you know, wow, then that was the whole level. So if that's as difficult as it gets, won't hear any complaints from me. So halfway through this level is technically halfway through the game. If there is, you know, if it's the belief that there's going to be 5 worlds of 3 levels each. Now, how do you deal with that? Okay, so I was thrown into a completely new situation I wasn't prepared for, and I was kind of panicking because you have a meter in which you will die if you don't get air fast enough. So it seems like I can stand here, and nothing really all that bad happens. And just have to worry about all the enemies coming from the sides, and okay. Simple enough. J-Vag, speaking of Pokemon sleep, you're off to bed. Minus Pokemon. Oh, thank you, J-Vag. Thanks for checking out the stream. Hope you have a great night. You would appreciate a hack that fixes all of this game's weird quirks. That would be great, right? And I feel like there's, like, I'd be surprised if there wasn't some sort of hack like that out there. I love, you know, quality of life improvement hacks and such. And, you know, ones that fix glitches and quirks like that. Those are always fun to play. Ugh. Like, you're just so defenseless when you're on the broom. There's nothing you can do. And again, like, I can't even... I shot while I was in the air. I made the fatal decision. So anyone who might just be joining, and hasn't been along for the entire ride to know just how quirky this game is, if you press the B button while you are in the air to shoot, you instantly drop like a stone. It removes all of your upwards momentum. Like, see, if I shoot, like, that's it. Like, my jump just ends right there. And also, if you press B to shoot while you're on the ground, and you try to jump while the staff is out, she won't jump. You can see her kind of struggle there. And those two things really reduce your mobility in this game, and make the controls feel not so wonderful to deal with. Okay, well, technically... I'll say we made it through half the game. That's the halfway point, really. Ugh. The first level in World 3 was so easy. And then the next level is just like, okay, we're gonna put spikes everywhere. We're gonna make awkward jumps galore. And yeah, that was our demise. Ugh. Yes, Yeast Bunny. Wouldn't that just make such a difference? So we'll try a few more times, I think. I don't think we're going to give up on it yet. We're making progress, which I like. You know, we went from not even beating World 2 to getting halfway through World 3. So, you know, if we can improve our run by a half a world every time, that would mean 3 more runs, right? This run will beat World 4. No, we'll beat World 3, sorry. And then the next run we would beat half a World 4, and then we'd beat World 4, and then half a World 5, and we beat... So actually it's 5 more runs. 5 more runs till we beat the game, everyone. No, I would hope not. We're going to give it our best. We're going to give it our best shot here. What else can you do? And we're off to a great start by getting our butt kicked in the first screen here. She got jammed inside the wall there. Like, again, like, that's just such a weird thing that should not be happening. That just makes the game that much more difficult. Well, you guess good gameplay would make the game feel too much like Mega Man. Like, you wonder if they just put in weird, awkward things like that so that they couldn't be outright sued. It's like, our game's not Mega Man, we have crappy controls, see? Like, I would not even put it past them that that was like a thought process that they had. Because otherwise, it's just weird that the controls would be so bad at times. And I'm defeating enemies, it's like, do any of you drop health? I would appreciate some health. Ugh. The game room, you made it! Great to be here. Thank you so much for checking out the stream. Hope you're having a great night. Picked a good time to join since we're starting again from the beginning. This game is just pretty mean all around, unfortunately. Oh, these guys are just the worst. Okay. Oh. And it's the fact that those guys respawn so easily. Who else hates it when enemies respawn when you only go like a pixel off screen? And yet there are some NES games where enemies don't respawn like at all until you reset or get game over. So it's weird how there's such a contrast between those things. Ooh, a big health. Thank you. Thank you. So, like, I don't think that guy always drops a big health. So maybe there is a random element to when enemies drop items. Just weird then that we don't get more items. Could also have to do with, like, how much health you have. That guy will only drop health if you're, you know, severely close to dying or something. The game room looks like fun. Is this a good game? It feels so close to being just like Mega Man, and yet there's the quirks. Oh, are there the quirks? Let me get into a spot where I'm not afraid of being destroyed, and I shall explain. I'll never get enough of explaining how quirky this game is. And there's two main things that cause it to feel so quirky. But let me get through this room. It's kind of a pain of a room. Okay. So, the two most important things in Mega Man are jumping and shooting. And this game, unfortunately, gets those things wrong. If you are in the air and you press the B button, you immediately lose all upwards momentum, and she drops back down. So if you're trying to shoot an enemy while you're jumping over a hole, you will immediately fall straight down into that hole. And also, if you are shooting on the ground, and your staff is still out when you press the A button, she will not jump. So she kind of just gets like jammed into the ground. So those two things combined, basically canceling your jump when you're trying to jump on the ground, and then canceling it when you're in the air, really limit your mobility and ability to, you know, fight while moving and jumping. So if they could have just fixed those two things, this game would feel almost exactly like a Mega Man game. And as we've discussed, maybe it was intentional that they didn't make it that close to being a Mega Man game. You know, if they had ripped off the controls to 100% perfection, maybe there would have been like a lawsuit on their hands or something. We don't know, but it's a fun game, and I enjoy it, but it's hard not to notice the imperfections. And constantly feel that if they weren't there, the game could have been a little bit better. But otherwise, there's no continues, which is why we are unfortunately forced to start over every time we game over. And we've currently made it up to about halfway through the game without game overing, so we're seeing how far we can make it tonight. Reportedly, there is 5 worlds, and we've made it through halfway of the 3rd one. The game room, yeah, female protagonist. It's like some witch. Honestly, the story doesn't make all that much sense, and it was apparently completely different in Japan. They Americanized it for us for whatever reason. But the basic gist is that there's this alien race called the Krions, who are attacking Earth with their robots. And yeah, it's your job as definitely not Mega Man to go and defeat all 5 robot masters and save the world. So that is what we are doing now. Ooh, a health. I will take that. But otherwise, yeah, it's essentially a Mega Man game. It's essentially Mega Man 7 on the NES. And thank you so much for stopping by and checking it out. Hope you enjoy. And as you'll see here, we're getting to our first robot master. So it says A. There's like a big A inside the boss room. Apparently the bad guys in the Japanese version were called the Akudama group or something like that, which is the reason for the big A. And that's changed to Krion, thus the Krion Conquest in North America. And they couldn't even be bothered to change the A into a K. So, weird, very weird localization for sure. Otherwise, though, we pretty much have the patterns figured out for the first 2 bosses, so they hopefully won't cause us too much more trouble. I don't foresee us having much of an issue getting back to World 3, as things are. It's never good when you play a game that doesn't have infinite continues. You get sent back to the beginning, and like there was that one part that maybe feels like it requires a little bit of luck. So every time you replay the game, you're gonna have to deal with that part again. So far though, it's just felt pretty consistent, at least. The controls are quirky. It's odd at times, but it's consistently quirky. So you kind of get used to it. And there's no weapon energy in this game, so you can kind of just, have fun using your special weapons on enemies, which is nice. I enjoy using the Super Ball from Super Mario Land, which, by the way, is not on Nintendo Switch Online, which is really frustrating. I can't stand that Mario Land 2 is on there, but not Mario Land 1. I get that Nintendo probably thinks, oh, it's a crappy old primitive Game Boy game. No one's going to want to play that, but I don't know. To me, it means a lot. I want to play some OG Mario Land. Even if it's a crusty black and white Game Boy game. And there you go, that's World 1 down. Or Round 1, I guess. So these guys always seem to go behind you first, and then they swoop at you from behind. So as long as you... I don't even know how I got hurt there. As long as you just keep running, you can get by. And that's really what this this experience has been like tonight, JVEG. Or sorry, the game room. We've been figuring out different enemy patterns, different control quirks, and then putting the pieces together and beating levels. And I just kind of got jammed inside the wall there again. There's also a charge shot just like Mega Man 4 and on, which is weird. But other things that you can do that aren't in Mega Man are you can duck and you can shoot upwards. So there's that anyway. Mario Land 2 is the better one. But yeah, Mario Land 1's not horrible. And I mean, it's not like it would cost them anything to just add it anyway. It's almost like Nintendo is embarrassed about some of their older Game Boy games. Because when you look at when the NES Online came out, what was it mainly? You know, a lot of black box games, right? Like baseball and you know, there's not really any reason to go back and play NES baseball today. There was much better baseball games on the NES. Nintendo's edition of it is very primitive. But, you know, they stuck it on there anyway. So it's just weird that they don't put their original Game Boy games on the Game Boy service then. Mario Land, Alleyway, Baseball. It's just a strange choice that they would go right to Mario Land 2 all of a sudden. And, you know, Wario Land 3, like, why not Wario Land 1? Wario Land 1 and 2 are great. Yeah, we definitely took a couple attempts to figure out the patterns for sure. And the second boss is no better. You really need to learn the pattern for it as well. Which leads me to believe that we'll probably have the same problem when we get to the third boss and so on. And so be it, I guess. Just the way NES games work. Alright, so this time we need to make sure that the life does not go off screen. Okay. Four lives plus a 0, which is pretty nice. There you go. See, we're getting better. I like it. Chikamite, hey! Ever play Popeye 2? On the original Game Boy. Simple yet quite fun platformer. Upgradable arms and such. I have not! I will look into that. Thank you so much for the suggestion. And thanks for checking out the stream. It took like 5 years to add the original NES pinball, which is funny. Yeah, like that, what was it, last September? Just out of nowhere, they added a couple more NES games again, where it seemed like they had kind of taken their focus away from NES and were, you know, working on N64 by that point. And then just out of nowhere, yeah, they put a few new NES games on. I was like, oh, that's great. Just, I would love to still see, you know, the NES and Super NES Online get some attention, even though, you know, now there's Game Boy and, of course, 64 and stuff. I would hope that they just keep, you know, periodically adding, you know, Super Nintendo and NES games, but I guess we'll see. Might be like a once-a-year sort of deal. But yeah. Because even though I, of course, enjoy playing my NES games on real hardware, I still do if I'm just, you know, on the Switch and feel like playing an NES game that's on there for fun. I'll boot it up and, you know, go at it. Why not? But yes, there are a lot of Game Boy games. Ooh, that was awful. But it somehow worked. That I want to play. And I plan on doing a stream in the near future where I just check out a whole bunch of Game Boy games in my collection that I have not spent as much time with as I would like. I probably have a couple hundred Game Boy games, so not nearly, you know, all of them. Oh, I'm so close to the health. Unfortunate. And there's no checkpoints in this game, so you go all the way back when you die. But yeah, so I definitely want to do a stream at some point where we just play a whole bunch of Game Boy games. Since I think that would be a lot of fun. The Game Boy has a lot of cool stuff, and I think I need to give it a little bit more attention than I have. Ooh, that could have been bad. Where are we still at, though? 3 lives? Still have to do. I forget if there's any more 1-ups coming up. There might be one more. Christian, that's actually... See, it was yeah, my initial plan was the Game Boy Player, because then we could do Game Boy Color games as well. The silliest thing is that the Game Boy Player does not... Well, that would have been nice to get last time. Is that the Game Boy Player does not play Game Boy Color games. I even have the Japan exclusive Game Boy Player 2, which has like a translucent outside cover. You know, it's a really nice blue color, kind of like what the Game Boy Color games look like. And yet Game Boy Color games don't even work in that, which is really dumb. So unfortunately, it would probably be on the Game Boy Player, just so that we don't limit ourselves to Game Boy Black and White games, unless people, you know, would enjoy just seeing Game Boy Black and White games. So that's a possibility too. I'll have to think about that more, Christian. Thanks for bringing that up, though. It's a good point. Yeah, I knew there was a one up here. It's pretty good freebie too. You don't really have to do like anything to get it. But remember, the first time we got to this boss, we did die. Oh no! I shot while I was in the air and I dropped onto the drill. It's not gonna charge. The extra mental capacity required to hold down B is distracting. There we go. Despite mouse support being in Super Nintendo Online emulator, there is no Mario Paint or Mario and Wario or even Sound Fantasy. That's fascinating. So hopefully that means it's possible for them to add them someday. Mario and Wario, super bizarre Super Nintendo game. I did review it at one point, so check that out if you want. Don't forget it's a Game Freak game made by the same people who made Pokemon. I like puzzle games. I thought Mario and Wario was fun, but there's a lot of it. It's just too much. And it's a long game, and there's no password system, unless I'm remembering that incorrectly. But I remember when I was recording footage for the video, I was like, oh my gosh, I just can't play this game anymore. And I feel like if there was a password system, I would have written it down and come back to it later. So I'm convinced you're required to play the whole thing in one sitting. But it's not a beat the whole thing in one sitting kind of game, unfortunately. So that means that, you know, it would be great on Nintendo Switch Online, having the, you know, ability to save and such there then. I always forget you can shoot up. It just doesn't feel like you should be able to. My Mega Man instinct tells me that you should not be able to do that. And yet it's so helpful. Technically, you can play Pokemon Puzzle Challenges Penalty Pawn Game Boy mode on the Super Game Boy. Interesting. Super Game Boy 2 came out in 1998. Why did they do this? It makes no sense. It pretty much adds link cable support, and I think that's it. I forget what other features it has, but it's just not worth it. I think it's kind of rare and expensive these days. I got mine back when like no one cared about it, so I didn't pay next to hardly anything for it. But yeah, if it was now, I definitely wouldn't be dropping any money on it. The N64 was yeah, again, the Super Game Boy 2 makes no sense. I guess that's why it wasn't released in North America. They realized how useless it was. Alright, boss at the end of this room. We just need to try and get there with as much health as possible. I guess we'll... Oh, what? How did I even get hit? Okay, so we're going into the boss with 1 health, everyone. And there's no checkpoint before the boss, so if we take even 1 hit, we have to replay the whole level again. Super Game Boy 2 fixes the clock speed, so it doesn't run slightly faster. Is that true? Wow, I never really picked up on that. Back several years ago, I did an entire Let's Play of Super Mario Land 2, but on the Super Game Boy, where for each level, we used custom color palettes to make it look more like whatever the level was supposed to be. So like we added green and such to the tree zone, and you know, we made the The Pumpkin Zone looked more haunted. That was a really cool Let's Play. I feel like, I don't think it gets much views these days. But it was a really neat way to play through the game, and unless you do it on the OG Super Game Boy, you know, you can't do that on your Game Boy Player or on Nintendo Switch Online or anything, so I think it made it a pretty unique Let's Play in that regard. So, to anyone who's ever checked that one out, thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. Okay, so, can we beat this boss without taking even one hit? No. Again, it's been a few minutes since we've tried this boss. I need to get the pattern back down. Ugh. Just awful, though. I don't know what it was that took off an extra hit right at the end there, but it was very unfortunate. Alright, I think this is the last room before the boss again. Yeah, we gotta fight this guy though. Let me see here. Super Game Boy 2, yeah, the clock issue. Yeah, interesting. Normally Mole Mania removes the multiplayer option on Super Game Boy. Really? Sure looks like it should place a checkpoint. Yeah, it literally says 2-3 clear, and yet if you die at the boss, you have to replay the whole stage. This game was just oddly mean for seemingly no reason. Yeah, so... Oh, see, it's not even worth trying to defeat that guy who comes from the left, because by the time you're proceeding right again, he respawns and hits you again anyway. Alright, we're going into this boss with a decent amount of health. I think we should be okay. As long as I can reacquaint myself with the pattern quickly enough. And you gotta watch this every time. You can't skip it till the text shows up. Okay. So the strategy is, I'm gonna stand here, and once it starts moving, then I'll run. And duck. Alright. So I'm gonna stand here again. And once he starts moving, run. Okay, and it hit me in the face, but just one hit. And I think it took off like 1 health, so not even that big of a deal. Ooh, okay, well, we don't want to get hit by the falling ice. It's been very snowy and icy where I am recently. This has been like the weirdest winter. We'll have like a couple days that feel like spring, and then we'll have like a blizzard that lasts a few days. And then it will go back to feeling like spring, and then it will go back to feeling like a blizzard again. Very strange weather this winter. And then I see like California is getting snow. Like, that's crazy. It's okay. That's what all of our health is for. So, do you think this is going to be a game that has a boss rush at the end? If it's a Mega Man style game, it should have a boss rush, right? There you go. And I mean, their patterns are easy enough to figure out, so I wouldn't even care all that much if there was, but I feel like this is the kind of game that would pad the length a little by putting all the bosses back at the end. Alright, World 3 again. Water time. Daniel, good to see you again. I've seen someone use Homebrew on the GameCube player, and it was cool. That does sound cool. Yeah, you've had some weird weather too. The game room. Snow, hey? Do I look forward to the snow months? So I am a hot weather person. Give me like 30 degrees Celsius plus days What is that in Fahrenheit, like 90? I love the hot weather. Snow to me means like slipping and hurting yourself, having to shovel, bad driving conditions. A very, very gloomy adult outlook on snowy weather. Definitely like a Squidward versus SpongeBob moment where I look back and it's like, oh, I used to love snow. Snow forts, snowmen, running around in it, getting your snow pants on. It was great. And now it's just like, oh, I hate it. Oh, it's terrible. But it's not wrong either. Oh, it was beeping. I forgot about the oxygen for a brief second there. So yeah, we now have an oxygen meter to the left of our health meter, where if you stay underwater too long, I guess you die. We actually haven't experienced running out of oxygen yet, but put 2 and 2 together, and it kind of makes sense. I wonder if their process for making her sprite was just like copy and pasting the Mega Man one and then putting a witch's outfit on it. It kind of feels like that's what they did. Is it like you even watch her run and it's like that is just Mega Man's run all day long. Alright, that level's easy. And then this next one here is where we got stuck last time. Not sure what it expects from us. It gets pretty difficult pretty fast. I love the music though. Excellent water theme. Yeah, that blade takes off a lot of health. Oh, health. Speaking of. Oh, shoot. Again, I'm like, alright, just take our time, we'll be fine. But no, you can't even take your time. Because there's an oxygen meter. Let me see here. They're copying everything from the walk animation to flashing red warning at the bosses. They have to copy the boss rush, right? Exactly. I will be very surprised if they don't. You see bubble things, Daniel. Yeah, I don't think that they do anything, though. You would think that's, Sonic logic, which I guess is probably where they stole the H2O meter from. Or not the H2O, the O2 meter from. That would tell you that, bubbles give you air, but I don't think that's how it works in this game. Okay, is this a new... No, we made it to this room before and we died, I think. We're running out of air, though. Suddenly the jumping doesn't feel like it's water physics anymore. Like, where did that nice high jump go? But okay. Okay. Christian, so with the Super Game Boy, you get unique borders for what game you play. Yeah, so depending on the game, like Donkey Kong, Pokemon... Yeah, some of the more prominent games get those custom borders, which is pretty cool. And then if it doesn't, you can still, like, customize your own, which is neat. Ugh. Okay, maybe just use Broom there. That might be a good idea. But, yeah, again, no checkpoints. Back to the beginning of the level to try that again. How many lives do I have? 2. Nope. Is that guy gonna despawn? No, he's not. So there's another weird quirk that I've gotten used to that we haven't mentioned since the very beginning of the stream. But if you hold the start button, it will repeatedly open and close the pause menu. So if you don't just give it a really quick press when you're closing the menu, you'll accidentally reopen it again. It's like, again, how do you screw that one up? Oh shoot, I keep scrolling just ever so slightly to the left and making this guy come back. Okay. I really don't want this fish dude around. I'm being extra cautious, which we've learned in this game is not a very good idea. I guess I should just duck under that guy. Okay, yeah. Ugh. Tight passage with spikes, not my favorite. Okie dokie though. Oh god, 1 oxygen, huh? Oh, okay, so running out of oxygen hurts you. It does not outright kill you. That is a great nugget of knowledge to have going forward. So we learned that maybe you should just do this. Okay. Is this the end of the level? That would be great. No. In the corner of my eye, I caught whiff of an item to the left. And I'm like, I'm doing this! And that was my demise. But now we know, knowledge is power. Power is key to victory. Victory is what we want. So, proceed we shall. I have no excuse for that one. I panicked. I thought that the broom was going to hit the wall. So I did a tiny jump, and even the tiniest jump hit me against the ceiling. Oh, why does the difficulty pick up so much in this one level? It's funny because 3-1 is so easy. I don't like this tiny spike-filled passage. It's just awful. Alright, it's like pixel perfect, but it worked. Ooh, perfect. Let me see here. Animaniacs and Space Invaders that go above and beyond the Super Game Boy enhancements. Tuxedo Birth, the only thing Witch Girl hasn't done was fire a charged up zap. That and sliding. Yeah! I forget doing Donkey Kong. Like Borderlands Meter. Borderlands Meter. Christian, you're gonna need to go to bed soon? Understood. How long have we been streaming? Coming up on 3 hours. I'm probably not ready to call the night yet. I'll probably try a few more times. But of course, you know, it's always been great to see you, and totally understand people needing to go to bed. That's what happens. And I hope you have a great night. But I know you're not going just yet. Okay, so was this the drop where I panicked and we could have had an item? Okay, so I'm gonna hold left here, knowing what's coming. Okay, that was enough to get it. Good. So the yeah. And we can fall down here. Is this? What does this do for us? Alright, we're gonna be running out of oxygen, so I don't understand when you defeat an enemy, sometimes they like have a bit of an explosion, I guess, that hurts you. That's not fair. When you're just, you know, you just want to run, you want to shoot, you want to jump, and suddenly you gotta, you see, wow, again, the explosions from enemies hurt you. That is so silly. Take naps in class? Ugh. What is that? Oh, giant claw that comes out of the floor, I guess. Although I just picked up HP, so thank you for that. What do I do about this guy? Oh, okay, like that. Gotcha. It's okay. We got air right here. We've seen a room just like this one before. And good luck getting out of here fast enough without running out of oxygen. Yeah, the oxygen meter just seems so unnecessary. And yet, here it is. And like, what's that? Trying to go up and get some air? It's like, no, we're gonna put lasers up there just for fun. Kick the pumpkin, thank you! Hope you're having a great night. I really appreciate that. Tuxedo worth cheap splash damage. Like, that's, yeah. I mean, I guess realism points, but when the explosion from an enemy hurts you, that's no fun. Such a hard hats ripoff. Let's see here. So I should always hug the wall. In case there's a secret I need to go to the left for, I guess. Here we have tight spaces with spikes, my favorite. Beautiful. Yeah, this whole level can pretty much be summarized by fall, go to the left a little bit, fall again, get air, repeat like 40 times. Ooh, health. I'll take it. I wonder if it has something to do with what frame the enemy's defeated on. But that's not the first time we've seen multiple enemies drop the same item at the same time, so that would make some sense. Alright, our first time seeing the third boss, everybody! Air meter and this game do not go together. So what is this? This really hurts my eyes, the way it's flickering, but I don't think it's as bad for you. Aqua Knights! Wow, suddenly it's in English after the last boss's name was Japanese. Hit points 120, speed 70, specialty, transform attack. Message for you from your friends. Look alive there! I'll do my best. Okay, what pattern can we expect from you? I'm guessing I'm gonna have to jump over rockets? Okay, I can jump over rockets. I'm guessing, yeah, and you're gonna switch sides. And you're gonna jump over some more rockets. I don't seem to be doing any damage to you right now. Okay. Okay. I'm just waiting for like an attack that's actually not easy to dodge. So is that it? Is that your whole pattern? Oh, I should be charging. I always forget that this game has a charge shot. There you go. Whoa! Third boss on the first try, everybody! Easiest boss so far! Over halfway through the game, officially. Wow, back to the cityscape again. This looks like literally copy-paste from the beginning of Mega Man 2. I love it. Okay, let me see. So what, when they came out, it was like supposed to be Mega Man, but for girls? Yeah, I don't, as Tuxedo Worth points out there, I'm not sure, you know, the female character really means, you know, it was like a girl-oriented game. It's funny because from the cover, like, you don't even really get the impression that this is going to be a Mega Man game that's, you know, has a witch as the main character. But it's a great game, for anyone, and it's definitely not like it's super easy or anything like that. Oh man, girl main character, gotta be the easiest game since Elmo's Alphabet. Thank you, Christian, thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Thank you, Kick the Pumpkin. So she does have a... yeah, she does have a charge shot. Yeah, sorry. I guess I didn't mention that since you... and look to see... Where have I seen that before? Exactly, right? I love it, though. It actually looks really nice. Okay, can't go to the left. Always check if you can go to the left. Whoa! Was I supposed to find that? Was I supposed to find that, or did I just find a secret? I've never really considered trying to go up. I'm curious if I'm actually, like, what if I had gone down? I want, like, did I find a secret path? Just... I'm really curious if this is where we're supposed to be or not. Oh no. Well, I found the dead end anyway. It would make a lot of sense if this was like the flying level, but that was not conveyed. You could easily just go down. I'm really curious if this is an alternate path to the level, or if I just got really lucky and went the right way on my first try. Okay, well, if it's anything like last time, the correct path is the one that's above you. Ooh. I love it though. I love a level based around like flying. That's actually a really cool idea. I'm really curious if I should just, like, go for it. No, I should probably stop and defeat the enemies. Also, I don't like these precise jumps whatsoever. Like, yeah, this really feels like the way you were intended to go now, kind of. Which makes me really curious what would have happened if I had jumped straight down. Would it have just been a trap? Like, haha, you didn't think to fly upwards? Because that is some miracle discovery skills there. If that was, like, actually what you had to do, and I accidentally did it on my first try. Just, you know, I'm a natural secret hunter, man. Always press against every wall. Oh. You're expecting some guy in blue to be standing at the top of the building? Yes. Alright, more one-ups, please. Whoa, what is that? Okay. There was floor here, right? Yes. Okay, so yeah, I need to remember that I can shoot upwards. We're probably supposed to defeat that guy then? So if you shoot up only very briefly, you don't actually move upwards. And that's it! Whoa! That was not that bad. That was, all things considered, not that bad. And I guess that was the actual level. I love this. Now this looks like right out of Battle Kid. There was... Which girl wouldn't be able to... Doesn't bother me when watching. But when you play this game, you can't stand pausing every 3 seconds. Yeah, of course, you know, you need to do that to switch weapons and such. Not something that's, you know, I would be doing voluntarily for sure. No shoulder buttons on the NES, unfortunately. To just be able to quickly switch weapons, that would be nice. I'm very tempted now to try to, you know, go everywhere I can. I'm assuming this is not going to work, but alright, we'll stop trying that. Yeah, you get used to it though. All the NES games I've played, you get used to pausing every 3 seconds, but I understand it's a frustrating thing to have to do for sure. Alright, so we have 1 extra life anyway. Let's see how far we can go. Okay, so I could have taken an upper path, and I definitely want that one up, so we will be taking the upper path. It's a matter of, like, fitting your broom is probably almost impossible through. But if I despawn it now, it's going to disappear anyway. What can I do? And if I screw it up, I'm going to fall right into the spikes, right? So it's one of those situations where you had to know ahead of time that there was going to be a 1-up up there so that you could grab it. So I'll leave it there. And if I die, I guess I'll be playing through the level again anyway. I'll grab it on my next run through. But that's knowledge that we now have for future attempts. And suddenly, I'm feeling more confident that maybe we can pull off a winning run. With how, you know, World 3-2 was the hardest part of the game so far. That part was rough. And yet these, you know, 4-1 wasn't so bad. So far, this isn't so bad. We have potential to pull off a victory. Okay, there was blocks here, right? Yes. I mean, if I just snuck past him on the left... Whoa! The explosion?! That damage was from the enemy's explosion? Oh. Who thought that was a good idea for there to be explosion damage? And, like, I didn't even actually... Like, I wasn't even occupying the space that the enemy was occupying. Okay, so I guess... Lesson is, don't even defeat this guy, just do that. Oh... Oh, what is that? What is that? I've never seen this man in my life. Okay, okay. Well, when they start coming at you like that, what are you supposed to do? Alright, so I predicted that we would be doing another run through this level. Let's hope we can pick up that 1-up this time. And it's as if, you know, we didn't even really just make that blunder there. Yeah, the longer we can go without getting game over, the more we can kind of figure out before having to replay everything would be really nice. Alright, perfect. Now I don't even have to redo all that. I can just kind of drop down when I'm ready. Whoa, she drops really fast, though. So that did not feel good, but it was what it was. Bait one up, tuxedo wear. Airman's lost cousin? Yeah. I pressed the shoot upwards, but I guess she hit the wall first. Remember, you can't just press up. You actually have to shoot in the direction that you want to move. Alright, last life, everyone. Let's go. Give it up for the last life. This has been a great run, though. Great run. And I even predicted it. Actually, I did better than predicted, because I said that we would just beat World 4 on this run. And yet we've actually made it halfway through World 4, which is even better. Alright, so if I just, like, don't do anything here, how far can I go? That was weird. She was doing, like, rapid fire against the wall for a second there. We can just skip you. I'm not sure why I would ever fight you. Unless you drop, like, a good item or something. Okay, so now we know here. We can just lure this guy to the right. Yeah, like, we did what you would actually think. Whoa. I was curious if I would pixel clip that, and I did. So, I guess we're redoing that. Like, it's funny that you would think destroying them would be the right thing to do. Instead, I only was penalized for it. Ugh. If you just controlled it with up, down, left, and right, it would be a lot easier. But the whole having to, like, shoot thing, and also you can't move down. You can't. There's no way to shoot downwards. Therefore, there's no way to descend while you're on the broom. So that's why, you know, it looks more complicated than, or it looks probably less complicated than it actually feels. So now we're in this room with these, like, shell guys who appear out of nowhere, and I'm gonna see if I can, like, spawn one at a time or something. Oh, but he respawned because I went off screen. Oh, so they only take one hit to kill, so that makes them a little easier to deal with. Okay. Can that be the end? Yes! Alright! Yeast Bunny, thanks for checking out the stream. It was really great having you along. Hope you have a great night. Alright, here we go. Last level of Skytown. Assuming that every world has 3 levels. Like, we haven't really had, you know, that confirmed by anything, but that does seem to be the trend. Alright, so once you know how to deal with these guys, they're actually very easy to deal with. It's just a matter of, again, the first time you meet them, it's kind of like, whoa, they're really fast, but they're not that scary. Thank you, Yeast Bunny! We're gonna try! Ooh, we're getting into, like, the super techno zone now. I like it. Oh, she clipped the spikes. That's a tight fit. Okay, so no, like more than halfway through World 4. And now taking that knowledge, I think we can definitely beat World 4 on this next run. Definitely. So here we go. Get hyped, everyone, for World 4 being cleared. Good night, Christian. Take care. Hope you have a great night. See you again soon. Astafu, welcome. Hope you're having a great night. On Dark Souls of Mega Man knockoffs. Sorry you had to say it, Astafu. Astafu, you are forgiven for calling that out. I don't think Vic Tokai is gonna hold it against you at all. Actually, I'm not quite sure what happened to Vic Tokai, who made this game, who made All Pro Basketball, which is my favorite NES basketball game so far. Gave that a B in my ranking. They also made Clash at Demon Head, so they've made a few things that, you know, are actually pretty good. I mean, this game could be a lot worse. For as jank and flawed as this game kind of is, it could be a lot worse too. So when I see Vic Tokai on an NES cartridge, I don't really cringe. I get prepared for a pretty decent game, and this I would call this pretty decent. Difficult, janky to a little bit of a degree, but not bad. But yeah, everyone who's still sticking around and checking out the stream, thank you. Hope you're all having a great night. I'm having fun. We're having a lot of good discussions here. No hype for you, Christian. Maybe tomorrow when you finish this. Thanks. I'm happy that you'll check it out tomorrow. And again, hope you have a really nice sleep. You loved Golgo 13 and Moffat Conspiracy. Didn't they also make those? You know, I can grab that off the shelf right here. And you're indeed correct, Astafu. They are indeed Vic Tokai games. I, of course, did the, let me just put this over here. The Golgo 13 stream as well. That was that was a great game. So it's basically a witch fighting against Dr. Wily's failed robots. That's a good way of looking at it. I like it. Ugh. So if you compare how we're doing now to how we did when we first started playing tonight, I'd say there's a pretty massive improvement. Considering we didn't... I think we probably died trying to beat the first level when we first started tonight. We've gotten a lot better. Oh, and that was that darn explosion that hurt me again. The game room. This has a great soundtrack. Yeah, it's funny because, in fact, this level's music is probably my least favorite soundtrack in the game, and even then it's not bad. But like the Snow World music, Water World music, Sky World music, title screen music, opening cutscene music, I love it all. It's been great. They knew that if they were going to rip off Mega Man, they had to make a really good soundtrack to go along with it. So you can't fault them there. You really can't. They knew what they were doing. They knew. They played Mega Man. They're like, alright, we're ripping this guy off to the max. And they just did it. And they had no shame in doing so, obviously. And like I've said, I am enjoying myself. This is certainly not a, dumpster bin worthy game by any means. It's been a lot of fun. So what is the story of this game even about? So this alien race called the Krions, the game's called the Krion Conquest, take over Earth. And it's this witch's job for some reason to go and defeat the 5 robot masters and the 5 bases to rescue the Earth from this alien race. Why it's her job exactly, I don't know. It wasn't explained very well, but someone's got to do it. So why not a witch? Let me see. I'm just hearing these tunes right now. Yeah, it's a Tuxedo Worth. Yeah, video game music is huge for me. And a game having a good soundtrack can make all the difference. And if, you look forward to playing it, or if it's like, oh, that game. And considering how good the music in this game is, it really doesn't bother me all that much having to replay some of the stages. Because it's like, yeah, I got to hear that awesome music again. So, music is very important. And I feel like an underappreciated part of video games, for sure. Okay. Whew. Yeah, definitely getting the hang of these earlier levels. It's good to see. Also interesting that you start out the game with all of the special attacks. You figure they would have gone the extra step and made it like Mega Man where you get one after each level. Because it feels like, you could have gotten the freeze after the ice level. Maybe the ball after the first level. They could have done a thing like that if they wanted to. Definitely seems like it's set up for a thing like that. see. Even bad playing games can have a great soundtrack. Waterworld on SNES, for example. No, for sure. You know, sometimes you find the best game music where like you least expect it. Ugh. Again, that explosion. I actually defeated him, and I still took a hit. Oh, we need broom still. And I like how there's this one gachapon machine, or like gumball machine, whatever you want to call it. And it never shows up again. It's just this one arbitrary machine for some reason. And like, that's it. I bet it will show up in the last world. I'm betting that the last world's gonna be like, oh, please, please give me that, please. There's gonna be like a mashup of all the other levels, with enemies coming back, graphics coming back. So I'm sure we'll probably see it again. But for now, anyway, it's like it just it shows up once, and like that's it. So I have a tendency when there's a menu, and I will show you this next time we pause. I like to scroll in the visible plane of view, so like go from normal down to broom. But you can also just press up and down to loop, and I haven't been doing that until this point because I didn't really think about it. It's just a natural thing for me to actually, like, you know, stay within the bounds of the box. What do you do? Do you like wrapping around your menus, or do you do what I usually do and go through every option for some reason, even if it's not really necessary? Ooh. That's how you feel about the soundtrack of Golden Axe 3 last week. Just ran into it out of nowhere in YouTube search. Nice. Yeah, part of another good upside to playing so many NES games is I've encountered so many wonderful soundtracks that I never would have found otherwise. Like, this one is definitely going into my collection after I beat the game. That's my rule. I don't listen to a game's soundtrack until I've beaten it, because part of the fun of playing a game to me is getting to hear the music within it. So if I just, you know, download a game's music and listen to it all day long before I've even beaten the game, well then that's, you know, one less thing that excites me to play it. So, I mean, it's of course not like as big of a deal when it's an NES game, because they're not typically so long anyway. But yeah, like once I beat this game, I'll definitely add it to my curated NES music collection, where every time I beat a game, I just download my favorite tracks from that game and add them into like a massive folder. And I'm not doing the strategies, I'm too busy talking about my retro game music obsession. And then yeah, so I just have this like really nice retro game music folder now of my favorite NES tracks. And I love it. And I encourage you to do the same, like whenever you beat a game, to just, you know, just collect those tracks that you really like. Don't download the whole soundtrack. There'll usually be some songs in there that you're not that big a fan of. And then, you know, you gotta, you know, skip those whenever they show up in your playlist or whatever. But just sticking to the ones that you really like. That's how I like doing my music. But okay, let's concentrate on the boss here. Yeah, okay. Kind of started falling apart at the end there, but it was all good. Vinny to the K, thank you so much for checking out the stream. The game is cool, and I really appreciate that you've been watching, so thank you. Hope you have an absolutely wonderful night. Astafu, the Kid Icarus AVGN, yes. And then, let's see, let me get your thing here. You saw James when you were working at Panera Bread? That's awesome, Vinny. Thank you for sharing that story. Astafu. So, yeah, AVGN has certainly had his ups and downs. I think we all look back fondly on the earlier AVGN seasons. I've been watching him since pretty much the beginning. And yeah, I used to have so much fun with the AVGN episodes. And I really stuck with them, like, religiously, up to pretty much 100. You know, I watched them, like, every time they came out, right when they came out. And I drifted away a little bit after that, and the quality's been up and down over the years. But, you know, he'll release some good ones now and then, like the Mega Man retrospective one, and the Earthbound one. But yeah, he's done some stinkers as well, for sure. But this recent Kid Icarus one, I thought it was a pretty decent review. I did watch it. And, you know, I thought it was pretty good. I thought it was a pretty general review of the game. Overall. But that's, you know, sometimes that's all you really need. It's definitely not like the worst NES game. And those are, of course, the funniest reviews, right? Is when you can, you know, really tear it a new one. I'm still shocked he has not reviewed Athena, which I recently did my review on. So if you want to see a really crappy NES game that, if you're, you know, watching the AVGN, you wouldn't have heard about, definitely check out the Athena review on my channel. I think you'll find that pretty funny, and just how silly that game can be at times. And that's the video that says, it's like, how did this get Nintendo's seal of approval? That's where you'll find it if you check out my videos. But thank you, Vinny. It's as if I'm reading your mind, Tuxedo Worth. That's funny. Mike from Cinemassacre was in front of you in line for the Nintendo Switch Midnight launch in 2017. That's amazing. Oh, that's cool. James. Let me see. Yeah, I saw Angry Video Game Nerd and Nostalgia Critic when they came to a convention called Con Bravo. They did like a panel together, so I actually have seen the AVGN in real life, which was pretty neat. But yeah, it's been a crazy journey, and it's crazy to think, you know, like 2006 was when he really became big on YouTube, and it's almost been 20 years since that. That's insane to think about. But yeah, you met Mike in line and talked to him about stuff while you waited for the Switch. That's great. In a way, I kind of noticed my streams are a little bit like Mike Matei's streams, but without all the swearing. Yeah, he swears a lot when he plays retro games, and I always wonder, it's like, you know, how much of it's kind of like a, you know, an act. It's like his character, or does he really get that mad when he's playing retro games? I wonder. Because I'm the complete opposite. I play games because I find them fun, I find them relaxing. I don't get worked up about them at all. No thrown controllers here, that's for sure. But then, you know, Mike, he's like swearing every time something bad happens. Definitely a contrast there. Game Room, Nintendo seal of approval is never wrong, right? Gotta open up a new water here. Oh yeah, ask the food. Don't worry. Rush Gen indeed. Yeah, the Kid Icarus one really did remind me of an old AVGN episode too. I feel like he tried to bring back more like the, you know, the character quirks that he had back then. Did a lot more like the swearing and the, you know, and the random like segues and stuff, you know, into like, this game worse than diarrhea dump kind of thing. So yeah, I definitely did feel like he was getting that old feel back in the Kid Icarus episode, which was nice. It's just the fact that the Kid Icarus isn't the worst game, so you kind of have to stretch to make jokes about it, like, yo, he's drinking wine. It's like, okay, yeah, I mean, it's kind of funny, but it's not that funny. Where, you know, if it was a game he could really tear apart. But overall, yeah, definitely a good review. The biggest thing about Kid Icarus that I think needs to be pointed out is like the really weird reverse difficulty curve, where it's like 4 worlds long, and yet it starts out the hardest and gets easier as you play. Like, that's so strange. Oh, that took off all that health? Ugh. Epic jump. So I feel like if I made a review about Kid Icarus, I would have definitely harped on that point a bit more. Her freaking sliding And I wasn't going to say no to that 1-up, but in the end, I guess it kind of cost us anyway. The ice physics were sending me off the edge, so I jumped, and the energy ball was right above me. No, Vinny. Ugh. Well, that's great though, Vinny. Yeah, that sounds like a great experience. I'm curious how many people who watch his streams find mine. Because, again, there's not too many people out there who really play NES these days. I mean, there's a good handful of them, I guess. But it's definitely becoming more rare. The focus in recent years has certainly been on, you know, like N64 and GameCube and such. NES and Super NES has definitely taken a bit of a backseat. I cannot stand this. You fall right on this guy. And it's like, there's nothing you can do about it. Oh, and then the drill guy, right. Very good. Switch to Toad for the ice platforms as his jump is easier to control. I like that. Okay, well we got 1 health going into this level. I can't believe that they wouldn't even fill your health at the beginning of a stage. It's so silly. Oh, and there is a health pickup like right up ahead. But of course, had to die before we got to it. So that's like a good waste of 2 lives there, unfortunately. We could have had 5 extra lives instead now having just 3. Oh, sometimes this enemy doesn't spawn. It's so weird. Daniel, kill drill? Yes. It's weird because, like, sometimes there isn't ice physics. I don't know. But there definitely was in that one situation. Let me see here. It was so unexpected. Yeah, that'd be hilarious to just see Mike in random in public. But that's great. Someday I should 1v1 Mike in like some random retro game. That'd be hilarious if he actually like acknowledged my existence. I mean, I've played some pretty tough NES games on my channel. I beat Ghostbusters. I beat Dragon's Lair. Like, I don't know. I feel like that's pretty notable. Vinny, thanks again. It's been great chatting with you, and hope you have a great night. Oh, I appreciate that, Vinny. That's really kind to you. I appreciate that. This reminds you if like Roll took over. That's actually fascinating. There's no way that someone has not hacked this game to make Roll the main character. That actually makes so much sense now that you say it. This could definitely be like Mega Roll or something. That's actually awesome. I love that. Oh, I was gonna get hit that time. Oh well. That's what the health is for. Wow. I didn't think it usually took this long. Yay! Yeah, you're very welcome, Vinny. That's definitely why I wanted to stream this game. Because I knew that many people had probably not heard of it, and yet I thought people would find it so fascinating to see this. You know, it's just like Mega Man, and yet, you know, it's not. Okay, so you can't go up, can you? No. Okay. So I guess I just really fluked it in the Sky World then to go up, because I did not expect that at all. So 3-1 is pretty simple. 3-2 is just like oddly tough compared to the rest of the game. So fingers crossed we cannot blow a bunch of lives there. Nope! I pressed B in the air. So for anyone who hasn't, it's funny, I should put like a pinned comment or something. If you press B while you're in the air, you drop like a stone. So essentially trying to, you know, fight any enemy while you're jumping over a hole is just gonna defeat you instantly. You'll fall into it. Also, you can't jump while you're shooting. So, yeah, there's just weird quirks in this game. It's a fun game. You can definitely feel the Mega Man inspiration, but you also can't ignore the weird controls and physics at times either. Is this it? Is that the end? See, I love that. That was like the easiest level. And now the next level is really tough. Mega Man 2 physics? Oh, it's, even Mega Man 2 is a little bit better. Ugh. Okay, well, we took a lot of silly hits there. Ooh, just made it. So in the water levels now, we actually have an oxygen meter on the left beside our normal health. Because I don't know what inspired them to do that. I guess technically we're not a robot. So, you know, you gotta breathe sometime. No! We were so close to a health pickup. Why did that fish suddenly come above the floor there? I want to preserve lives, darn it. No! That was a good run through the level, too. Now look, this time I took like hardly any hits, so I feel myself getting better at this game and understanding it better. Like, that guy comes from behind, just take the hit. You can't turn around while you're on the broom. The way the broom works is it moves in the direction that you shoot. So if something starts approaching from behind, it's like there's pretty much nothing you can do. Did I not jump up and get air there? Did I make a mistake? Oh no. Oh, wow, no. Okay, so it's a periodic thing, but still, it wasn't actually that bad. Just a few silly hits, I guess. I guess I didn't get air. Weird. Oh, that's all we had to do last time. I could have saved the whole life. I actually don't remember much about this level because I think we beat it on like our first try. So I guess it wasn't that difficult. Oh yeah, these guys, right. Oh, then the explosion got me. Splash damage is so silly. If there's two things NES games should not have, it's like splash damage and fall. Like, what even hurt me there? Did I miss something? And fall damage. Ooh. Remember, the boss is super easy, so if we can get to the boss with even 1 health, we will have a chance. So why did my jump? Oh, because I jumped and shot. Right. That's why I dropped like a stone. Astafu. Man, whoever was saying this is expensive to buy nowadays in eBay, you are dead on. You did stumble on the Japanese version called, yeah, Magical Droppy, yeah. Some changes including a yeah, so apparently in the Japanese version you can continue, but not in the North American one. So anyone who says that, oh, they made games easier in North America because in Japan everything was so difficult, it's not always the case. Sometimes it was the opposite, and for some reason, the Japanese, rather the North American version is more difficult. And the theory, the running theory, is because in North America you could rent games, where in Japan it was actually illegal to do so for stores to rent stuff. So they had to make games more difficult in North America, because if you beat it too quickly, then you could just rent it and be done with it. Where the plan was that even if you rented a game in North America, if it was difficult enough, you might still be inclined to buy it to actually beat it. So that's the theory there. I appreciate that it at least does not just outright kill you if you run out of air. I would not have been surprised if the game had done something like that. Alright, one more awkward room here. Ugh, I feel so bad. I think this is the last room, hopefully? Okay, and hopefully the boss is not difficult. So he starts in the top corner. He never goes up there again. Once he came down into the water last time, he just repeated the same pattern over and over and over with these rockets. Oh. There you go. Easiest boss, and it's the boss of World 3. This is why you send robots to fight underwater. Yeah, it's so funny that the main character, I guess, is human, but they're still fighting robots. Oh, there's an up arrow after it says get ready. So that's the indication that... Like, I wonder if we just jumped down if we would outright die. That would be awful. Because it's really subtle. Like, you don't really look at the arrow. And I'm like, why does it give you health? Like, there's not really any need for health at the very beginning of the level. And at the beginning of a world, it completely refills your health. Unlike in between individual stages where it doesn't. So you're always going to have full health when you start World 4. Anyway, there's a 1-up coming up, so I like the sound of that. And there's a 1-up in the next level as well, I think, so we got a few 1-ups coming. Love that there's no, like, weapon energy, right? You can just fly forever if you don't hit anything. Oh, speak of the devil. Please no spikes? Okay. Phew. Yeah, so there's no weapon energy in this game. The only thing is that one of the attacks is called fire, and what that does is it will defeat all enemies on screen, but it takes off 1/3 of your life, of your life bar. So that's that's a large price to pay for a full screen clear, I think. I don't know how you're not supposed to take at least one hit from that guy. And I think that's it. Like, that's such an easy level. Oh wait, no, it's not it. Don't let your guard down yet. Oh right, we gotta fight that like claw thing. Remember, if you get too close, the splash damage will hit you, even if the boss like isn't actually touching you. It doesn't make any sense. Oh, that's way too close now. Ugh. I'm just curious, if I could just spam it and defeat it. I wonder how many hits it takes. Maybe we should count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Too close. Uh-oh. Is that a bad drop? Oh, gotta be more careful. 1, 2, 3, nope. 3, 4, 5, 6. And see, I got hit by the splash damage, but thankfully he dropped health, so it kind of balanced there. Do they reset health if you leave the screen? Yes, absolutely. Enemies do. Yeah, it's one of those games. They'll respawn if you go like 1 pixel too far off screen. I'll take a couple of hits to get a 1-up any day. Okay. I like that the normal shot is just called normal in this game, and when in Mega Man 1 and 2 it's called P. Like, what is P? Okay. I forget how much longer this level was. Like, I think now we need to lure that claw thing. I think the room after the claw guy was the last room? Unless there's just a whole bunch I'm forgetting. The game room, power, pellet. Yeah, I always wondered about pellet, right? It looked like he was shooting eggs when I was a kid. Health? Yeah, I'll take that. Oh, no, I'll take damage. Cancel out any good that it did. Alright, 2 health. Oh, yes! Okay, okay. 4-3, here we go. Oh. Almost at World 5, everyone. The final world, I think. Got 3 extra lives. And this run's not gonna last too long with the like no health that we have. Yeah, in the last level, when you deal with these guys, you do so like when there's gaps, and that makes it more difficult. But it's actually really easy when there's solid ground. I say as I take a hit and die, but I stand by what I said. Okay. So the reason I died last time we got here was because there was like a really narrow spike passage I had to pass through, and I failed at that miserably. I think it might be the next room, actually. Yes. Ooh, pixel perfect. Okay, so what am I even looking at? Am I the only one? The background mixed with the foreground color is like playing a trick on my eyes, where sometimes I'm not even really sure where the foreground is. Maybe it's just me. Maybe it's because it's like, what time is it? It's almost 3:30 in the morning. Pearl Gun Astafu, I like it. So, I mean, this seems like the more difficult route, so I'm gonna take it. Okay, is that a dead end? I guess it's a dead end. Well, that was useless. Shoot. Well, there goes a third of my health. I don't think I've ever demonstrated that tonight. I've been trying not to do that. I went to fire instead of normal axe. There you go, everyone. In case you wondered what fire does, you finally got to see it. It defeated 4 otherwise harmless enemies. I'm wondering if down's gonna have like a 1-up or something. Which makes me kind of want to try it, but at the same time, this is going kind of well, so. Down has nothing? It's just a bad guy? Weird. No, it's very hard to discern, right? Thank you. I'm just happy I'm not the only one who thought that. Okay, so what am I looking at here? There's a laser on the ceiling. I'm assuming I can't defeat that. No. Like, do they ever stop? Oh, yes it does. Barely. Huh. Oh, that's probably the boss down there too. But there's no checkpoint before the boss anyway, so it wouldn't really matter all that much. So we have to do all that. This is a long level. A long, demanding level. With no health pickups. Wow. I got hit by that guy last time too. Yeah, the pipes look like bricks, right? It's... Yeah, gray and green kind of blend when you're just glancing at it. Alright, so we have to go down. And now we have to go up. Oh, shoot! I don't know why I jumped off the broom. Oh, that's health. Wow. Oh, it disappeared! Items do not last nearly long enough. Oh, right. Like, in order to get close enough to place the shield, it's like you have to take a hit first, but okay, that time it actually worked pretty well. I like how the shield weapon pretty much just exists for this one enemy. Okay. Oh yeah, we got those lasers coming up. I have no idea what it wants me to do about those. So how many times does it shoot before it... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so it's consistent. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I should probably just tank this one. I can't count while I'm like on the move. How am I supposed to do that? Why did I fall? I'm gonna look at the... Oh, did I just get knocked off? Usually that doesn't happen. Unfortunate, very unfortunate. That was a good run. Well, I guess I need to know about that now. Because previously, it's like, it seemed like when you were on the broom, you were pretty safe from attack. Or from being knocked back. Because this game doesn't even have knockback. One of the nicest features of this game is that there's no knockback. So I figured, you know, if you take a hit when you're on the broom, no problem. And also, I don't even think the invincibility frames worked. So it is Mega Man 1 style, where even iframes can't save you from spikes. Ugh. Oh, that's a little too close for comfort. Oh. And this is just like the waiting game. There's nothing else you can do. Just gotta wait. It's okay. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I threw the broom out too early. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. Alright. We have a decent amount of health to try fighting the boss with. I say as I'm gonna take a whole bunch of hits from that one guy. I mean, I assumed that this was the end of the level, so good to see that that assumption was right. Alright, first look at World 4 boss. Whoa! Looks kind of like an Eggman robot, really. Something Dr. Robotnik might make. Sky Hawk, hit points 160, strong 70, high speed 60, shots 50. I like how anything with an S on the end, they just put an apostrophe. Hummer and missile. Message for you from your friends. Here goes. Okay. So we got, okay, missile that looks like it's going to be slow, and then picks up in speed significantly. Gotcha. Where am I hitting? Like, you would think, okay. Okay. And then what was this again? Okay, he punches. And he's still punching. It's really hard to get any kind of accurate shot in. I can't calculate diagonals while I'm trying to jump over punching bag guy here. So he's just not going to shoot rockets anymore, I guess? Oh my goodness. Astafu, I think that's you with the super chat. Thank you, I'm so sorry. I will check it in just a second. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Astafu, thank you. Alright, you have to head to bed. Thank you for the entertaining stream. And chat, as always, we'll watch back tomorrow. Take care. Astafu, it was with your help we just beat the World 4 boss there. Thank you. I hope you have a wonderful night. Oh. Oh, it's the opening music. I love when games do that, when they bring back like the title screen music or something and as like the ending music. Astafu, really appreciate the $5 super chat though. Thank you so much. I hope you have a wonderful evening. Alright, World 5, everyone! We have not seen World 5. Alrighty then. Just what is in store here? Okay. Is that it? Is this literally just the final boss fight? Whoa, unfortunately we don't have an extra life to learn the patterns or anything. I like that music though. So there is no really World 5. Unless there is something after this. Okay, think this through. Okay. Okay. Okay, no, I need to... Nah. This isn't a hard pattern at all. I'm just, flubbing it a little. It's mainly like, just where's she gonna land, right? I say she, I don't know. Is it a she? Maybe. Oh! There's a bit of a homing to it as well. That definitely hooked from where it looked like it was going to go. Okay, assuming that's the end of the game, assuming that that is the end, I think we got this. I think it's in the bag, so anyone who's up for one more run through it, we're doing this, and I appreciate you hanging around. Whether you're just watching, maybe, you know, getting ready for bed, and it's just relaxing, just get you ready for just, you know, catch some Z's, maybe. But otherwise, appreciate you sticking around, and hope to deliver you a victory tonight. Again, I always forget about the upward shooting. Still at this point. But this is everyone, the real deal. I got a feeling this is gonna be the winning run, so if you can squeak out just a couple more sleepless hours. No, I hope it's not a couple more hours. I would hope this is it. The key is going to be getting back to the final level with more than just 0 lives. You know, give you a little bit of time to ease into it, right? Anytime you fight a boss and you only get one shot at it, it's never usually a good time. Oh, I need to charge it right. Ugh. Okie dokie. So the trick for these guys is they don't swoop at you until they've gotten to the left of you once. So if you can stop them from getting there, that's very good. I know I've seen enemies in this room drop health before. Can you farm it? It's silly that I've taken so many hits in like the first world here. Yeah, here we are. I'm very curious if I can just farm enemies here for a second. That doesn't seem like it, right? Like, I wonder what the calculation is that makes enemies drop health. Because if they would do that more often, I would appreciate it. Also, I guess it's probably not, you know, they don't drop 1-ups. Or if they do, it's just so rare that we've really never seen it. Alright, well, I guess we're not going to be doing that. Okie dokie then. Ugh. Okay. So, based on that, there's no reason to lose a 1-up in the first level. So, let's just do a thing like this. Just wipe out our life. And try it one more time. But yeah, thanks again everyone for joining tonight. This has been a really fun stream. I think we're on the brink of victory here. We really are. We just need to kind of get the get our mind back into the first world mode, because there's no way that losing anything on the first world is acceptable at this point for sure. One thing I think is kind of cool about this game though is that I've noticed you can switch weapons even when residue from the weapon that you've shot just previously is still on screen. There are so many classic Mega Man games where, you know, take like the Flash Stopper in Mega Man 2, for example. Once the time starts, you know, once you freeze time, there is no way. If I wanted to get hit by these guys, it would be, but yeah, so if you use Time Stopper, Flash Stopper, you can't change weapon until it's completely run out. And the same happens with like Crash Bomb and such. When it's on screen, you can't open up the pause menu. But one cool thing about this game is that even if, you know, say the broom is on screen or such, you can still open the menu. And I appreciate that they made that change. It's funny to see the mix of things that they made worse in the Krion Conquest, along with the things that they actually did better. It's definitely like a mix of the two. It's not like this game is outright worse than Mega Man in every way. But obviously, there's the places where, you know, you just wish it could be better too. And there's a health, but I don't need it. But yeah, alright, speedrun strats, here we go. So I wonder, was that really the final boss that we got to? It felt very final boss-ish, and when the music changes, when it's not the same boss music as always, that's a very good sign. So it will be very cool to see when we get back there. And like, you would maybe think it has more than one stage. Like, it'd be really surprising if it was just like that one stage, and that was it. Mega Man final bosses always gotta have more than one. So if they are copying their Mega Man, then it will indeed have more than one. But also, it doesn't look like there was a boss rush from the looks of it. But again, there could be more to that level after that boss. There's no guarantee that's... because it didn't even do like the warning thing or anything like that right before the boss. So it's kind of concerning. It makes you think maybe there's more to the level than meets the eye. Maybe we're not at the end of the game. We never know. But if that's it, if that's just like 5-1 and that's the end, that's a lot different than if there was, you know, 3 levels in World 5. Alright, we're doing much better this time through World 1. Just needed to get the brain back in order. The old noggin there. Oh, and that guy dropped health. I don't need it though. I kind of could have used it, but not worth the risk. Taking more damage to get a little bit of health back. 1-1 done. And that World 4 boss, I think we beat it on our first try. Like, that was all luck, kind of. The whole just shooting at that crystal on its head. And then it kind of got stuck into a loop where it wasn't shooting missiles anymore. It was only kind of throwing that wrecking ball at us. So it'll be interesting getting back to that boss and seeing how our experience is any different. Because I didn't learn all that much from our first attempt at it. There was definitely a luck element there for sure. Ooh, thank you. Full health, I like it. Ugh. All right. I was gonna try and get health from it, but it wasn't worth the risk. 1-2 down, and suddenly into the Techno Zone. Yeah, I'll be fascinated to check out the Japanese version once we're done here. I feel like there's going to be a lot of changes. A lot of things are going to make a lot more sense in the Japanese version, where they don't make all that much sense here. And again, if that is the end of the game, this gachapon machine really never shows up again. They programmed this whole thing for this one encounter, which, I mean, that's nice to know. You know, that they actually put some effort in for a thing that would only be used once. I appreciate it. Can't, like, shoot it and make extra lives come out or anything. That'd be nice. Oh, I jumped too early, but I think still dodged the attack. Ooh, health, I'll take it. Oh, no, don't do this to me, broom. Oh, ugh. I think I actually... Ugh. I don't think we really need the health. We'll get a refill after we beat the first boss anyway. And doesn't usually give us that much trouble. But we'll see. Whoa! Just trying to get back into my position there, and the beam came right across and got me. Should be just about dead. Well, looks like we gotta do one more round at least, I guess. Ooh. No! Jumped too early. And there's just lots of waiting in this boss fight. Yeah, like literally like one more hit would have done it. Okay, World 1 down. 4 to go. And no lives lost, which is the big thing. I think we lost 2 dumb lives in World 2 last time. So that could have been like the game changer, unfortunately. But we'll try our best not to lose any this time. Let's do it. Yeah, World 2's boss was one that I thought at first was going to be really tough to, pin the pattern down. And yet we actually did pretty well. You know, we've figured it out pretty well, honestly, overall. Oh, I should have charged up, because, yeah, you fight this guy. But yeah, the fact that there's not like a constant, wooing sound effect. Can that be good? Okay. When you're charging up is really nice. Makes me want to charge up more often, but I often kind of forget that the feature even exists. It just doesn't feel like a game that should have a charge function, but kudos to it for having it. Like here's a good spot to charge, so that when we jump down there, we can just one-shot him. And I like that too, that the charge shot is actually significantly stronger than the normal shot. There's sometimes in Mega Man games where it's like the charge shot does like only twice as much damage or something, or maybe 3 times. And this doesn't feel significant enough, but 4 times damage is pretty nice for a charge shot. If I go all the way over there for one little piece of health, sure, why not? Alright, well, that wasn't too bad. We got the one up, scratch free, and I think we're doing really well health-wise. This is one of the scariest parts of the game right here, though. All this, like, floating platforms over spikes feels really bad. But there's no knockback. The one saving grace is that there's no knockback. So, that would be a way tougher section if there was. Lost a little more health there than I would have liked. Alright, so there's a health power-up coming right here, which is good. Ooh, actually made that jump. Ooh, very nice. I still don't know how you dodge that guy. And then this drill guy. Alright, that was a really good run through that level. And we're going into the next level with some health, because last time we had like 1 health left at this point, and then we died at the beginning of the level, and a health power up at the beginning here went to waste, so this is actually a really good run here. The spikes are still scary. Don't like them one bit. Oh, I'll take that. I'll take that. I hate how, like, you stop and then like your momentum just goes like whoo out of nowhere on the ice. Oh, this guy decided to spawn today. Sometimes he doesn't spawn. Ugh. This feels like it could be like a Wily's Fortress theme out of a real Mega Man game. Ooh. You just gotta take that hit. I don't know what else they want you to do. Okay. No splash damage. Excellent! Second boss, here we go! It's not really clear until you beat the boss. It lies. And again, you can't skip this part. You just gotta watch them bounce. It's like a lot of little heads. It's kind of cool. Turns into one big head. And that really hurts your eyes. Okay. Oh, this is going to be a hit, but it's okay. We'll take one hit. Only 1 damage. Gotta get the timing down for this. Because that laser has to shoot when you're on the move, and I always forget when we should start moving. That was pretty good. And just repeat that like 5 times. Very good. I like how those blocks only cover, you know, they don't cover the center, which is really strange. I did this from the wrong side this time. Ooh, it still kind of worked. So if you stand in the center and he does that, you know, jump attack, the ice blocks don't fall on you. It just seems kind of flawed why they would make the boss room like that, but here we are. Looks like Robin Hood when she's wearing green like that. And there you go! First 2 worlds down, deathless. It's pretty good. Oh yeah, so it does point down this time, so I didn't really notice that. kind of hints on where you're supposed to go. Just, you would naturally think to the right, but I guess not always. So remember, oxygen is now active underwater, so we gotta pay attention to that. Don't shoot when you're in the air. Do not shoot when you're in the air. Just need to keep telling yourself that. Do not shoot. Just tank everything, because it's better than falling into the spikes and dying. Ugh. Any health drops would be nice. I think this is the end. Oh, that was it. That was a health drop. The health drops, the mini ones are so small and they blend in with the background sometimes. Alright! That is always such an easy one. And then 3-2 comes along and kicks your butt. We had a dumb death in this level last time too, I think. That's right, you can't take your time here because the clock is ticking. But again, at least running out of air is not a death. And that was a health pickup? Wow. Ooh, just barely. Alright, the alarms are sounding. We're about to... Oh, I was it's like a pixel away from the getting some air there. Oh no. Those slicer things do a lot of damage, but okay. Okay. Oh, that's a health pickup too, nice. So unfortunately, that's just a hit you have to take. But he dropped health too. Everyone's being so generous today. There's a health pickup down here. Alright, the air. Is this the end? Yes! This is a good run, everyone. Whew. It's gonna be hard to beat this. Fingers crossed this is the last run we have to do. Ooh, health, yes. I feel like I'm getting a lot more health drops this run. I don't know, like, it could be connected, like, you know, the longer you don't die, the longer, you know, the better the drops you get. Something like that, you never know. I probably should have refilled my air there, so I'll probably end up paying the price for that one, but oh well. It's worth it to defeat this guy, than to go up there and take a whole bunch of hits, but I guess if we take a hit or two because of air damage... Oh. Probably gonna take at least one more? Yeah, there's one more. Okay. At least it's not like James Bond Jr. and you have to, like, you know, stick around the surface a whole bunch while your air meter goes back up. That's not fun to wait for. Okay, I think this is, like, the last challenge before the boss. Wow, air depletes even when I'm screen transitioning? That seems kind of unfair. Yeah. Alright, everyone. Boss time. We still haven't died. Yes! Alright, 3 worlds down! No deaths yet. Fingers crossed we can keep that up. I should really stop saying it because it's probably jinxing it. Alright, world 4 and then... that might be it. Final boss. This music's great though. I could play this level all day with music like this. And like, see, you don't even need that. It's so weird. Why would they even put it there? That's 6 lives now, I think. There's another one up in the next level, too. So I think this, I just tank it. If anything shows up, we just kind of do what we can. It's better than trying to get down there into the mess and deal with it that way. Ugh. How could this not hit anything? Okay, I'm just gonna run. Oh, they don't die in one hit from it. Is the ball weapon weaker than the other weapons? I'm curious now. Yeah, I thought that would happen, but it's okay. Level complete! No, it's not. We still. I always forget about the claw thing coming up. No, 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 no. Left, 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 left. Okay. And fighting this thing is not fun. See how sometimes you can shoot up without changing direction? That's what you want to do. I don't know, like, it must be like a frame perfect input or something. There you go. Yeast Bunny! We have seen what is very possibly the final boss. And we are on our way back to it. In minutes, you will see what we have seen. And it could be it. This could be the winning run, Yeast Bunny. I encourage you to put that sleep aside for like 10 more minutes. And you may be amazed. Or not. I would hate to disappoint you, so don't get too excited. Nah, I gotta have more confidence than that. This is it, everyone. Winning run. Get ready to post it to all your friends. Jump! See, I start bragging and stuff like that happens, so... we'll stop. So that was our first death, actually. And that leaves us with 5 lives, so... there you go. We were bound to die eventually. Watch, that'll be our only death. Deathless run ruined. So why did I die again? It's kind of screwed up the transfer there, I guess. How did I get them? Oh yeah, like that, down the hole. There. Oh, okay, no, I need to... Again, every time these guys show up for the first time, I always forget how to deal with them. Oh, there was health over there, but I kind of just want to beat the level, so I think I'm gonna do this instead. So I could go get that health, and then one of the enemies respawns, and I fall on the spikes or something. Game room, thank you, woohoo! You don't have much left of sleep schedule, he's funny, so it's fine. The game has an excellent soundtrack. Like, you know, it's fun. I'm actually having a good time. It's probably not going to be on many people's top 10 NES games list, but it is of decent quality, and I'm having enough fun to, you know, I would recommend this to people. It's like, if you have the patience to put up with somewhat janky controls, it is worth it for the excellent music, decent level design, and just overall Mega Man-like experience. Yeah, that's my review. That part feels so bad. So this is a life thing. We didn't even start with full health, so it's interesting. And we need to keep as much health as we can with the boss coming up. We really lucked out on the boss last time. I'm really afraid it's going to give us more difficulty this time, but we'll see, I guess. Alright, so it was 7 shots from these guys. 2, 5, 6, 7. Whoa. And one of these guys comes out here. It's like, it's really mean. Oh! I just wanted to get down the hole. I shouldn't have taken that extra hit, though. Okay, boss time. No, it's not clear until the boss is done. Don't lie, game. Don't lie. So the trick was ball all day long. Nope. Okay, and then... Wow, last time I was able to dodge that successfully to the point where it never killed me. But okay. That was just the test run. Let's not lose a whole bunch of lives getting back there. We still have 5 1-ups. There's a floor here, right? Okay. I did not like my alignment. Because if you clip the ceiling, that's no good. Like, yeah, I've just become so used to all the weird control quirks that, like, I don't even really notice them anymore. Oh, darn, that was a dumb hit that I didn't need to take. Not like that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, come on, come on. Oh! Even that, like, one guy at the end had to get... Okay, can we beat the boss without taking a hit? I would love that. I think we did it... No. I think we took a hit or two the other time we did it. Okay, so we have 2 health. That's probably only enough for, like, 1 hit, though. When the fire lights is when you jump. But I can't look up at where I'm shooting and also dodge. So yeah, this part of the fight just becomes this all of a sudden. And this goes on for like 5 minutes, so it's an endurance run. Whoa. That's awful. I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness. I was in the zone too, but 1 hit. 1 hit was all it took. If I just had a little bit more health. You know, that one little section at the end of this level is really annoying. Where suddenly all these enemies come out, and even that flying guy, and you're trying to use your broom to get over that that bit of a bump. It's like, ugh. Oh, I didn't like that, but it worked. Oh, I don't like that either. I don't like this room at all. Oh, I didn't even need to get off the broom. No, I did that last time too. It was the weird way she shoots. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, okay. A lot more health this time. It's all a matter of just learning the levels and such. Whew. This is the weirdest boss though. He just gets stuck in the corner the whole time. You have to shoot this thing on his head. The second that fire lights you jump. That was a little bit early, but it worked. And welcome to this for 5 minutes. I'm not sure. I feel like I'm doing something wrong in this boss fight. It just feels really wrong, but I guess if I can tough this out and beat it, it is what it is. And I have a lot more health this time. If I had this much health last time, ooh, it would have been beautiful. Okie dokie. Nice on this before, but you hate how it says round 3 clear. Yeah, don't worry, we have gone over that to great length. It implies lies to you by implying that the boss is like a separate section. Indeed, okay. 4 lives plus 0, 5 tries at what may or may not be the final boss. We really don't know. If you don't know if there's a second stage, we don't know anything. Can you hold your charge going into a boss room? Yes, you can. Ugh, when she lands in the middle, that's a rough one to dodge. See how it curves at you? I'm not crazy. Ooh. How many hits do you think? And I'm using charge shots too, which is great. Remember, that's 4 damage each. Oh. Oh no! No! That was a good run, that was a good run. Okay. Again, we have no idea how close we were. It could have been like 1 more hit. I feel like that would be, you know, not that far-fetched. I don't like when she's above me. When it's to the side, it's great. I say as I take a hit from the side. You wonder. I wish bosses in this game had a health bar so bad. It's always nice knowing how well you're doing. Oh. I feel like, was the first run better? I feel like the second run, I probably got a few more hits in because I'm also doing some smaller ones. No, she didn't jump because I was shooting. This game's quirkiness. What if there's like a spot you can stand that will, like, will she ever land here? Yes. And I can't jump up there. I thought maybe I could escape up there, but you can't. Wait, I took a hit? I didn't even see what I landed on. Oh my goodness. Like, what could I be doing differently? I don't feel like there's much I could do. As you can't, I was under the impression I could jump up on those platforms, but I can't. No. 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 Oh, charge shot goes through walls. Interesting. Oh, you lose your charge shot when you pause. Wow. I'm not sure how I can do better than that, anyone. I'm really not. How many hits was that? Oh. Wow. Last try. I feel like I probably got like 30 hits on her. No. Oh, you can shoot up, right? I feel like... I feel like I had to have been doing something wrong. I don't think there's any way that's possible. If you go back and count, what was that, like 50 hits? Like, I'm at a crossroads. It's like I'm not sure I can do any better than that right now. I really don't know. And like, it's not like it was like oh, I did horrible or something. Like, that was a really good run, I feel. And I feel like there was probably like I don't know. I feel like any other final boss would have been dead by that point. So I'm probably gonna call it a night, I guess. I really wanted to beat it tonight. I don't know what they want for that boss. Like, that was a good run. I would bet that run went for like 5 minutes or something? I was really in the zone for a bit there, but unfortunately, might have to call it a day. And I'll regroup and try it again tomorrow, but thanks everyone who stayed up so late. Hope you enjoyed that. I'm assuming that's the final boss, so you essentially saw the whole game. I can't even be upset with myself about that run. It was great. The final boss just seems to require a ridiculous number of hits. I almost made it, Yeast Bunny. Thank you. Like, I don't know if you need maybe a different item. Like, maybe the charge shots don't do more damage to the final boss. Maybe you should just be doing normal shots the whole time. Like, it's really hard to say. But, I mean, there is a charge shot. You would assume it does more. But that's where we're going to end off for tonight, I think. We've been streaming for 5 hours. Would have been great to get the winning run there, but again, I can't even be upset with myself because that was a great run. The final boss just seems to be ridiculously overpowered. But thanks everyone for checking out the stream. Hope you had a great night, and stay tuned for more stuff coming from my channel. So thanks, and hope you take care.